Um, alright. Hey everyone, my name is Ranjit. I'll tell a little bit about myself at the end, but me and Madhav did a research project on diagnosing colon cancer using AI. Um, and I'm going to talk about it. Thank you, Madhav, for leading this project, and he's the one who reached out to me to start it. So, yeah, let's get started. So before we start, I would just like to quiz you guys on how well you know cancer. So I'm going to show you 4 pictures of uh, cell slides, and I would like you guys in the chat to tell me if it's cancer or not. So here's the first slide. Is it cancer or is it not cancer? What do you guys think?
We're not able to see your pictures.
You can see the pictures?
I can see it.
I could also see the pictures.
I'll take yes. Not cancer.
Okay. If you can see it, then you can start. So here are the 4 pictures. Put like your answers in the chat. Do you think it's cancer? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, cancer. Okay. So Keon, do you think number 1 is cancer or not cancer? I'll wait for a few more responses.
I actually cannot see it, so.
Okay, no worries. It's okay. Okay. So I'll reveal the answers. So number 1 is cancer. This is a colon adenocarcinoma. Number 2 is not cancer. It's normal colon tissue. Number 3 is a lung adenocarcinoma. And number 4 is just normal lung alveolar tissue. So, every year, 900,000 people die of colon cancers. And this really states like how imperative it is that we have improved diagnostic techniques and that we are using our resources to reduce the number and improve early detection of cancer. And that's kind of what this project is about, because the death toll for colon cancer is so high, even though it is a preventable cancer. So what is colon cancer? Colon cancer is a type of colon cancer, colorectal cancer, is an uncontrolled cell growth that occurs in the colon wall, your large intestine wall, or also in your rectal wall. It starts as a small polyp and then it grows up into a tumor. And actually some of the best ways to prevent it are good nutrition, good health, increasing fiber. A recent study said that 10 grams of fiber a day reduces your chance of colon cancer by 10%. And another dangerous thing about colon cancer, it can metastasize, so it can move to other places in your body very quickly. So you might have colon cancer one day, and in the next week, that cancer metastasizes, goes into your bloodstream, and is found in a different part of your body, because your colon is connected to blood vessels. It's called a mesentery, and because it's connected to blood, it has a blood supply, and blood supply means it can go throughout your body. So that's why colon cancer is so dangerous. So these are the 8 types of tissue. You can see a little, but these are the 8 types of tissue that we included, and we want our model to discern between. So tumor is the only cell, like tissue type, that shows actual cancerous cells. All the other ones are like assistant cells or not cancerous. And then empty is just parts of the slide where there's no tissue. So we also want the model to know those nuanced. This is empty space, and we don't want it to consider empty space as a tumor. So these are the 8 tissue types. Yeah. So how do we do this? We have to have a method to diagnose colon cancer, and specifically in AI, we're using machine learning, and the model that we use is convolutional neural networks. So a bit about convolutional neural networks. They're a ML model that is great for analyzing images. Anything that has to do with images, CNNs are the cream of the crop for determining visual data, and they do it through filtering and running it through neurons. So your brain has neurons, and what neurons mean in CNNs are, it's like processing. So the more processing you have, the better, like your PC, you have better processing speed. You can process, and you also have better clarity of processing and everything. One phrase you might hear a lot is kernel. Kernel is like a small filter that goes through the image. It filters and it tells you what is the visual landmarks of the image. So like if I have a bird and I need to classify the bird, and I see it has like a rough texture of feathers, that can help me in trying to classify the bird. And CNNs are used in a lot of things, not only in healthcare, but also security. Your security systems all have convolutional neural networks, your iPhone, and you using Face ID, vehicle detection, and making sure you don't go off the lane when you're on cruise control. Those are all things that CNNs assist with. So I'm going to show you a few images, and we're just going to explain it. So this one is a basic. This is our neural layers. So in this case, we have 4 neurons. A circle represents a neuron, and the neuron is basically your processing, as I said, and more processing with neurons is technically better, but I'll get to why having a lot of neurons is not good for the model. Another thing is, so I know you guys probably don't like math that much, but CNNs do require math. We use a lot of linear algebra and a lot of calculations, especially when trying to determine those visual landmarks. Right now you can kind of consider those two as matrices. If you guys know, I've taken linear algebra or something, like you're going to have to multiply numbers, so it's a lot of multiplication. But our kernel is taking a portion of the image, and it's assigning a value to the color and opacity and texture of the image so that we can classify. It's more simple to classify. Here's another image similar to the first one, but this is a lot more neurons, and it's a lot more dense layer. So there's a lot more pathways and a lot more processing that is involved in this. One thing with more neurons, it means the model runs slower, which is sometimes it's okay. It's not the worst thing, but it will ruin the speed, especially in high acuity areas like the ED or medical surgical units where you have to do a rapid diagnosis or you have to get results immediately or stat orders. And this is just a full framework from beginning to end. So you can see we're taking the image. We are taking a section of the image, we are flattening it and sending it through the neurons, and then we are getting our output. If you guys can see these like numbers, 0.2, 0.1, 0.7, those are called bias numbers. So bias numbers are like, they improve your accuracy because you're saying like, if I have this visual landmark, and I want to say, okay, if it has this landmark, it's probably going to be this. So let's say I'm classifying an animal, and I have a beak on the animal, and I have to classify bird. mammal or amphibian. Because it has a beak, I can probably say, okay, it's probably a bird. I'm adding a bias saying it has a beak, probably a bird. So that's what the biases do. And it does, and while everyone's like, oh, bias is not that good, in some cases, especially in AI, it is good if you use it correctly. So these are our results. I'll go through it pretty quickly, but so just some vocabulary that I'm going to use so you guys understand. When I say epoch means how like the amount of time. Like epoch represents one cycle of the data set going through the model. So all our tests have been done through 30 epochs, which means the training data and the testing data have gone through the model 30 times. Again, like adding more neurons, adding more epochs does increase accuracy, but a problem is overtraining. I'm probably sure any of you AI guys or people who know ML have heard about overtraining. And overtraining is really bad for healthcare models just because you want the healthcare model to be able to actually perform in a clinical setting. If it's just memorizing test questions and memorizing their training data, and it can't apply what it's learned from the training data to the testing data, it's not going to work, and you're going to get wrong diagnosis, and you're going to have a model that's hurting patients rather than helping patients. So we did get a 90% accuracy with the 128 neurons, which means there's 128 neurons, and we had one dense layer. As you can also see, we also had another one where it was 256 neurons in one layer, and then we had another layer of 128, and we did see higher accuracy with that. And then there's a confusion matrix on the bottom right that's just saying like how likely the model is to make a mistake. So let's say I give it complex, like a tissue with complex on it. How likely is it not going to say complex? So like how likely is it going to get it wrong? And as you can see, we got pretty good results. Only like one or two mistakes on the testing data, but overall nothing major, and we had a very accurate model. And then on the bottom far right, we also had our recall, and we had good recall for tumor, lympho, empty debris, and mucosa tissue. So now I'm just going to go into why this is necessary. So you guys have probably heard like AI is replacing a lot of jobs, and while can't guarantee you, I'm pretty sure that AI cannot replace a healthcare job. The only healthcare job I can think of is probably medical scribing, but it'll not replace doctors, it'll not replace respiratory therapists, it's not going to replace nurses, because medicine is a special field where medicine is not just treating disease, it's also treating patients. You're connecting with a patient, and you have to be with the patient and understand how they are, and you have to have an emotional connection with them. So AI doesn't replace doctors, but AI enhances doctors and nurses and their treating ability and diagnostic ability. And we're focused on diagnostic ability. If we can help diagnose things, if we can diagnose things faster and more, everything okay? I see some people are not able to see.
Yeah, it's because you need to use the organization, so work or school account, but it's okay. The judges can see, so you can continue if you wish.
I'll keep them. So we're basically trying to enhance the ability to diagnose and make it quicker, make it more efficient. But we can't replace the human aspect of medicine. So I know I said a lot. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? Any?
Wait, what was like the name of like the type of math you use? I think it was like kernel or something, right? Like what
Yeah.
is like the name?
So the topic I was talking about was linear algebra. But basically we're dealing with matrices and matrix multiplication and addition. And we're having like two matrices. Like you can think of it as two matrix, and we have to assign a value for two matrices. So the best way to do that is by multiplying them, because we're getting a set value. I think in math they call it like scalar and vector. We need to get one singular number to represent something. So we're gonna multiply, and we're gonna get one number to represent that kernel. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying.
Any more questions? Please tell all your questions. I'll be happy to answer it.
I think Jay has a question. Yes. So was this was specifically for colon cancer? If I correct, right?
Yes. So this model is specifically for colon cancer, but it can be applied to other cancers. So I have been thinking about doing a lung cancer one. But the reason I picked colon cancer is because the availability of data sets. So I was given a data set with colon cancer. I'm probably going to do colon cancer. If I can find a data set with lung cancer, then I will be happy to make one with lung cancer. And that is one of the things I would like to do.
So do you think the effectiveness of it will stay the same, or do you think it will vary among different types of cancer? I'm not sure if you'll know or not, but
it can definitely, because some cancers are very difficult to diagnose. The hardest one I can think of is probably, like just visually looking at, is probably blood cancers, or any like lymphatic tissue cancers. I think colon cancer is a bit easier because
Ranjit, I'm so sorry. Ranjit, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Everyone, can you please mute your mic if somebody's presenting?
Ranjit?
Yes, Krishna?
Are you using Microsoft PowerPoint Live?
Yeah.
Or the screen sharing?
I'm using Microsoft.
You are using PowerPoint Live.
Matlab?
You are using the MS PowerPoint, like you are presenting from MS PowerPoint and you are using the Teams Live from MS PowerPoint.
Yeah.
So please share your screen because like those who have the personal account will not be able to see if you are presenting from.
I have shared my screen only. You want me to share again?
No, it's okay.
You are presenting from MS PowerPoint.
No, Krishna, listen. If you don't have the organization account, you can't see anything. Like you can't see video or screen sharing. So that's just an issue from Teams. I'm not sure why.
Yes.
But I'm sorry, if you cannot use a school or work account, you will not be able to see other people's presentations. You will only be able to see your own, and other people who are using organizational account will be able to see yours, but you will not be able to see other people's.
Just to add on that, you have to be in the app too.
Can they watch the recording?
Yeah, it's mainly just the app because
recording is
I'm also in my organization account and I'm not able to see it either. So you have to be in the app to see it.
So
I think the reason this is happening is because
let me check after the Ranjit.
Krishna, let's let Ranjit.
Wait, Madhav, it's okay. Krishna, I'm not sure. I think you need to be in the app. But it's okay. Anyone who can't see it, I'll provide, or I think Madhav or someone will provide the recording, and I'll also give my email if you guys have any questions. But does anyone have any questions right now who can see?
Rishabh has one question.
Sorry. I know you guys were raising your hand, so Rishabh, what do you
Yeah, so when you were mentioning about how you trained the machine learning model, you mentioned epochs. Did you happen to use TensorFlow to train to create the model?
No. I did use some things from TensorFlow, but I mostly I know Google Studio has it, and I kind of made my model in Google Studio. I'm not like outstanding in AI, so I didn't use a lot of other tools, but I know there's one, I think it's called what is it? Creates AI agents. Um, but yeah, a lot of those AI tools. This is a Python-based model, by the way. So it was coded in Python completely, and then data sets I imported. Kavindi, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. You told that some neurons types are not suitable for this model. Can you clarify what are the neurons type?
So neuron type is not really neuron type, but what I mean is neuron quantity. So let me.
What's the range of that quantity?
That completely depends on your model. So it depends on your base code. So you have your base code, which includes the amount of epochs you're running through. Then along with that, after, you're going to have your dense layers, and you have to code your dense layers. Now, dense layer depends on your data set. It depends on your training data. It depends on a lot of things. But it's kind of, how I did is I kind of test and try and fail kind of thing. So if I can get a good accuracy that I wanted with a lower number of neurons, I will try going up a little bit. If I sense overtraining, I cut off and go back down. So I just found that 256, 128 was a good baseline for my model, but everyone's model will be different. It also depends on how you code, because you can do a lot of things, and you can do like code in a different way, code in a different method, and have the same results. It also depends on whether you're using what coding language base you're using. So I'm using Python base, so it depends on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Chirag, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have one question related presentation. My question is,
Chirag, can you talk a bit louder?
okay, so my question is mainly on the data set you have used. So have you used the pre-normalized data set or like data set generated by hospitals? Can you tell more about the data set you have used?
So let me try and find it in my Google Drive. And I'll show you the data set, but I did use.
I mean, have you normalized it? Have you normalized all the data by yourself, or was it pre-normalized? And if you have normalized, what method you have used?
I believe it was pre-normalized, but let me show you. So here, TensorFlow, ResNet 50. So ResNet 50 was, if you guys can see it, what I used. ResNet 50, and that's what we imported. And we also used ResNet 50 was also the base for model creation and model flattening, so making it suitable to go through the neuron layer. Did that answer your question, Jiro? Hello?
Okay, so thank you very much, Ranjit. I would just like to add, it was a very fun paper to work on, and yeah, definitely. And yeah, I just wanted to add on someone, I think, Jay, you asked about if it would work. Somebody asked if it would work on other cancers and how would the accuracy be affected. So because this is an AI model, which is more specifically for the imaging. This uses images to get the accuracy. And in machine learning models or any AI models, it's always the more data points you have, the higher accuracy it has. Like it just has more to work with.
Or, yes, thank you, Madhav. Hey guys, could you, so I'm just gonna put someone have something to say?
Okay, so moving on to our next presentation, I believe some people...
Madhav, one second.
Oh,
if you guys wouldn't mind, could you rate our project? I sent the link in the chat. Just a quick Google form, and please rate our project. And if Madhav wants to say anything about himself, introduction or something. But thank you, Madhav, for the project. Thank you for working with you. It was great. Hope to work with you with other projects. And if anyone has any questions, I'll add my email. And just a little bit about me. So, I'm in the U.S. I'm in North Carolina. I started college at a community college at 14. I'm 16 right now, and I'm in my second year of undergrad at Wake Technical College. And I'm a patient care technician, and I work in the medical field. So, yeah, Madhav, do you have anything you want to say or stay here?
No, I think I'm good. So...
Yeah, sorry I took a bit too much time, but yeah.
No problem. So we have some people who we previously had to skip that are back. So Aisha Hanif with her paper Surgical Management of a Massive Intra-Abdominal Desmoid Tumor with Diaphragmatic Extension, a case report. Can you please present?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so hello, assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. First of all, my screen is visible or not? My screen is visible, or my voice clear or not?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to the respected judges and the fellow delegates. My name is Aisha Hanif, and I am a second year MBBS student at the Junas and Medical University, Karachi, Pakistan. And I am honored to present our case report on this international platform. Today I am going to share a rare case of the giant intra-abdominal desmoid type fibromatosis with a diaphragmatic extension, which highlights the diagnostic challenges, surgical management, and clinical significance. Before discussing the patient, I would like to briefly explain that why this cases matter. Desmoid type fibromatosis is a rare soft tissue tumor. It's a rare soft tissue tumor with a distinctive biological behavior. Also, it doesn't metastasize, but it can behave in a locally aggressive manner, infiltrating surrounding tissues and increases the risk of recurrences. Furthermore, desmoid type fibromatosis is an exceptionally rare, with the diaphragmatic extension, is an exceptionally rare case, which leaving clinicians with a specific limited published evidence to guide about diagnosis or surgical decision making. So the reality and the surgical complexity combination makes our case both unique and clinical valuable. With that background, let me introduce our patient clinical presentation. Our patient was 33-year-old male who sought medical attention after observing a gradual enlargement of the right upper abdomen. This overly 2.5 years. This swelling was persistent with this swelling was associated with a persistent abdominal dull pain following a abdominal injury, blunt injury. So for a physical examination, reveal a large fixed non-tender abdominal mass, which promoting the further radiological evaluation. Okay, if you can appreciate these computer tomography images that lesion occupied a significant proportion of the abdomen, causing marked displacement of the organ, other surrounding organs.
Aisha, sorry for interruption. Can you zoom out your presentation?
Okay. I have to. Okay, it's now perfect.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm the only one, but it looks like the presentation isn't open. I can only see files, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, me too. I can only see files for.
Yeah, okay. Let me.
Aisha, you need to double click on your case report. So
Yeah,
you
you just
see
need to
at the
open
bottom.
Now you can see or not?
नहीं,
Okay.
सबसे पहले presentation open करो.
I have opened.
I think it's
It is
because
not-
you selected share one window or something like that, and
Okay.
if you can just try re-sharing screen. Like,
Okay, I will try. Wait.
Yeah, we can see it now.
Now you can see? Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah. No, okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay, should I start from beginning? Should I start from beginning? Or
Yes,
continuing?
yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna start. Okay, so first of all, again, Assalamu alaikum and good morning to the respected judges and the equality delegates. My name is Aisha Hanif and I am a second year MBBS student at the Janatan Medical University, Karachi, Pakistan. And I feel very honored to present our case report on this international platform. Today I will be sharing a rare case of the giant intra-abdominal desmoid type fibromatosis with a diaphragmatic extension, highlighting diagnostic challenges, surgical management, and the clinical significance. Before discussing the patient, I would like to briefly explain that why this case is worth reporting. Desmoid fibromatosis is a rare soft tissue tumor with a distinct biological behavior. Although it doesn't metastasize, but it can behave in a locally aggressive manner by infiltrating surrounding tissues and increasing the risk of the recurrences. Also, furthermore, desmoid fibromatosis is with a diaphragmatic extension are clinically rare and unseen, leaving clinicians with a limited published study to guide about diagnosis and surgical treatment making. The combination of the both rarity and the surgical complexity make our case both unique and the clinical valuable. Our patient was a 33-year-old male who sought medical attention after noticing a gradual enlargement of the right upper abdomen over 2.5 years. This swelling was associated with a dull pain and had massively enlarged in the size after following a previous blunt abdominal injury. So, on examination, we found a large fixed mass, non-tender abdominal mass, which promoting further radiological evaluation. You can appreciate these computer tomography images that a lesion occupied a massive significant portion in the abdomen, causing marked displacement of the surrounding organs without directly hepatic invasions. Furthermore, diagnosis was established with the histopathological evaluation. Histopathology reports shows that the proliferation of the spindle cells with the polygenius stroma, while beta-catenin diffuse positively, which confirm the desmoid type fibromatosis, and these all allow us to exclude all other spindle cell malignancies and promoting further surgical management. Okay. Because of its extensive size and the diaphragmatic extension, the surgery was quite challenging. During the exploratory laparotomy, we found a large giant abdominal mass, nearly 20 kilogram, and which was encapsulated, and complete macroscopic excision take place through a piecemeal resection, meticulous piecemeal resection, while preserving a further vital organs which are surrounded by it. So the outcome was the surgery was uneventful, and with no evidence of the recurrences during the 6 months of the follow-up. This outcome highlights that the individualized surgical planning and the multidisciplinary approach can handle these type of the complex desmoid tumor. So these all case demonstrate that even a extensive large desmoid tumor can be managed or handled when the decisions are accurate, when the meticulous surgical planning and the multidisciplinary approach. And I hope we add our experience in these limited studies and make helping to the others rare similar cases. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attention, and I would be happy to answer any question.
Do we have any questions? Yes, Jay.
So this type of giant tumor is very rare. So was this one of the first cases, or how rare exactly is it? How many known cases have there been?
Okay. So desmoid fibromatosis is a very rare case. This is reported 2 to 3 millions, 2 to 3 per cases per annually. It is about 0.03% neoplasm in all over the world recorded according to the WHO.
Okay. And yes, so do you know any specific mortality rate of it? Like what % of those people with that tumor die?
Okay. In our cases, the mortality chances was obviously that after surgery was none of these, but reported cases have the mortality chances around. Although this is very rare, but mortality chances was like around I read about 20 to 30%. Like not 20 to like in this reality, it's about 70 to 80%.
Okay.
Aisha, how was the post-operative care for the patient?
Sorry, your voice is selecting, I think.
Oh, what was the post-operative care and what?
Okay, post-operative. The patient was placed in an ICU for 1 week after the surgery, and this was discharged. I think, this was discharged after a month post-surgery.
Okay. What would also be the preventative measure for it not reoccurring, or is it just one time?
Reoccurring, actually, in our cases, the trigger was that this type of the tumor was a blunt abdominal injury which was held with the patient disastrous accident. So in this case, we didn't have any preventive measures for the next time or recurrences, but follow-up is like important for checking the recurrences.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha, for presenting. What a wonderful paper.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, anyone, everyone. Do you have any questions?
No. Okay, let us move on. Is Sajal Khan here now? Sajal Khan, are you here? Okay, I don't think so. Okay. Our next paper is Nia Tilokani, Inherited Genetic Factors in Early Onset Alzheimer's Disease.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me present. Before I start, since I'm on browser and I'm using a personal account, it's just not possible for me to screen share, so is it possible if I can put my research poster in the chat so everybody can see it?
Yes, that would actually be helpful for everyone. If you guys have a poster or a presentation, please post in the chat, and we sincerely apologize for this error.
Okay, I'm just trying to upload it right now to see if it works.
You can also link it if that works for you.
Yeah, it's the full image right now. It's sending. It just hasn't
Okay.
sent yet because it's a document, so it's going to take a minute. Can you guys see the poster, or is it still sending?
Looks like it's still
Some
sending.
time to upload.
Okay. We can wait a minute. Yeah, that's fine. We can wait a minute, see if it works.
Krishna?
In any case, I can just link it through a PDF. I can work on that right now while it's sending. Okay, so it looks like it's not sending for some reason, so I can try to link the poster through a PDF in the chat, and then you guys can open it there. Okay, I entered a link in the chat, and that's sent to everybody, so if you guys can just open it, you will get access to my poster. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, that's great. Okay, do you guys want me to start presenting now, or do you guys still need a minute to open up the poster and everything?
Yeah, if you could just wait like a few seconds so everyone could get it open.
Yeah, just like send me a thumbs up once you guys have the poster on your screens, and then I can start presenting. I'm not sharing my screen. I sent a link into the chat to my poster, so if you can just open that. Okay, perfect. Madhav, is it alright with you if I start presenting now, or do you want to wait a minute?
No, you can start whenever you're ready, yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Nia Tilokani, and I am going into 11th grade at Valentine Ridge High School in America, and I hope everybody just can see my poster right now. And so before we start, I want to give an introduction into early onset Alzheimer's disease, which is a little less common compared to late onset Alzheimer's disease, and early onset AD affects those under the age of 65. This disease can be caused by certain mutations in 3 genes, specifically in gene AP, PSEN1, and PSEN2. These mutations can cause an accumulation of the peptide AB in the brain, which is crucial in the detection of early onset Alzheimer's disease. And this research poster focuses on what distinguishes familial cases of AD from sporadic cases. Our study was focused on conducting a literature review using scientific articles related to early onset Alzheimer's disease, and relevant sources were filtered using the Web of Sciences with keywords related to genetic mutations, early onset Alzheimer's, and disease mechanisms. We produced a large number of results, namely 200 articles, which were then narrowed down to 100 articles using a bibliometric analysis, which selected the most relevant and highly cited articles. Our objectives were to distinguish between sporadic and familial cases based on underlying causes and patterns of gene inheritance, and we also focused on identifying genetic and non-genetic factors that contribute to disease risk and progression in order to guide risk awareness and supporting early prevention of early onset AD. So our results use figures such as areas of the top 100 most cited papers and most frequently cited authors, and we generated these figures through R coding and bibliometric analysis. So our findings indicate that familial Alzheimer's is primarily inherited via autosomal dominant mutations in the APP, PSEN1, and PSEN2 genes, while sporadic Alzheimer's is heavily influenced with environmental and lifestyle factors, which include history of cardiac disease, high sodium diets, and a sedentary lifestyle. And while familial cases of early onset AD are genetically predetermined, progression of sporadic AD is deeply tied to modifiable factors, which includes lifestyle patterns. And a vital takeaway is that individuals can proactively mitigate their sporadic risk and potentially delay early onset AD by adjusting their lifestyle and prioritize cardiovascular health and adopting maybe like heart-healthy diets and making healthy lifestyle changes that could significantly delay any AV peptide detection in your brain, which won't be able to give you any early onset AD. Any questions?
In your poster, it's showing the results, but they're like very blurry, so I cannot see them properly.
Yeah, I can go ahead and explain them again. So basically,
Okay.
our results, we've kind of focused on finding the most top cited papers from our hundreds of papers that we selected. We focused on the most cited ones, so we could use those for our research. And what those papers really indicated, they discussed way more in detail about the lifestyle factors that separate sporadic from early onset AD. They like from sporadic cases to familial cases. And then we also looked at the authors that were most frequently cited. So we looked into their work, which also just suggested that sporadic AD is a little bit more like variable factored, which means like it's more heavily influenced by your environmental and lifestyle factors, while familial AD is primarily genetic based. So a lot of what these figures just indicate are authors or papers that pointed us in the direction to the discussion and conclusion that we found.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Why did you focus on early onset Alzheimer's? Would this also apply to Alzheimer's that can occur more later in life or other types of dementia?
Yeah, so I doubt that this would focus primarily on dementia. We chose to focus on early onset AD because there's been a lot of research already about your normal Alzheimer's disease, the type that occurs after age 65, and we typically wanted to know why why with early onset AD was there such a difference between familial and sporadic cases and what really caused them. So we chose to focus our research in the direction of the less common version of AD. Some of this might apply to progression of late onset AD, but a lot of this may not apply to dementia, if that answers your question.
And you talked about APP, PSEN1, and PSEN2, and those are mutations. Which one do you think or do you feel has the greatest effect on progression?
I believe that PSEN1 and PSEN2, both of them combined, have the greatest effect on the progression because these genes have a direct impact on the accumulation of the amyloid peptide AB, which is really critical in the detection of AD. So those two genes create the biggest impact in your brain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done.
So if nobody else has any more questions, thank you so much for your time. So sorry with all the technical errors. I hope everybody still has access to my poster. And if there are any other questions, feel free to type them in the chat or quickly tell me now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nina. What a nice presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to request everyone, our judges need a few-minute break, so if we can just hold off on the presentations for 2 to 3 minutes for our judges, and we'll resume. And as said, we will have our break shortly, or our collaboration research opportunity, in which participants will be able to connect with each other and form research groups, communicate, and have conversations with each other.
Manav, is it okay, I'm so sorry for saying this right now, but is it okay if I leave the meeting now? I have another commitment that starts in 10 minutes, and I really have to be there soon. So is it okay if I leave?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
Will you be joining back for the awards?
What time are they in EST?
The awards will be... can you check real quick what time the awards will be?
Yeah, of course.
1:15 to 1:30.
That's actually perfect. I'll be home by that time. I'd love to join.
Okay, have a good one.
Okay, thank you so much.
My judges, Prahul, are we good? Prahul and Aryan, can we move on?
We need a minute.
Okay.
Well, we can commence the conference now.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so I believe our next speaker is Sophia Leticia Guamba, investigating biomarkers of SLC6A4 genetic variation linked to reduced efficacy of SSRI treatments. Sophia, are you there? Sophia? Kayon, is Sophia there in the meeting? Can you take a quick look, please?
No, she's not here. She was here, though.
Okay, we'll move on. Can we please have, is Hassan Boots here? Okay. Kayon, is Rabe Salama here?
I'm here.
Okay. So Rabe Salama will be presenting the paper Integrating fMRI and PET within a multimodal neuroimaging framework to improve early detection of Parkinson's disease.
Alright, I'm just gonna try sharing my screen. If that doesn't work, I'll just do what Nia did and, share the link or PDF. See anything? Alright, thank you. I'll just wait for the yes to present.
I think you're good. Just start.
Okay. Alright. First of all, hello everyone. My name is Rabih Salama, and I'm a rising junior at Maine South High School, located in Park Ridge, Illinois. Just a couple of stuff about me. I'm interested in neurosurgery for many reasons, but one thing that finalized my decision was due to a loss of a friend to a traumatic brain injury, which was influenced by the lack of hospitals in the area. The closest hospital was about 30 minutes to an hour away. Second, Kwame says that they cannot see. Not sure if I
Do you
should
know if
continue.
it's possible to link any whatever slides or PowerPoint in the chat so other people can see as well? Or
Yeah. Let me just link my poster.
okay.
All right, let me know if that works for you guys. I'll just wait for about 2 minutes. All right, Kwame and anybody else who had trouble previously with seeing my screen, can you guys open the presentation through the link? Does that work? All right. I'll be doing both. I'll be sharing the screen, and then anybody who can't, just open it through the link. So restarting, hello everyone, my name is NYRJ Salama, and I'm a rising junior at Maine South High School, located in Park Ridge, Illinois. A little bit about me, what kind of finalized my decision to go into neurosurgery was mainly due to the loss of a friend to a traumatic brain injury, and that was kind of influenced by healthcare disparities and the social determinants of health. If you all do not know about the social determinants of health, there are things like money, race, etc., that kind of influence the physician's ability to treat patients. And that kind of finalized my decision to go into neurosurgery, or wanting to go into neurosurgery with a subspecialty in traumatic brain injuries with a focus on healthcare disparities or public health. So today I'm going to present our group's research poster about integrating fMRI and PET scans within a multimodal neuroimaging framework to improve the early detection of Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease is the second most common neurodegenerative disorder affecting millions of people worldwide, and one of the biggest challenges is that by the time the patients begin experiencing the classic motor symptoms such as tremors, rigidity, and slowed movement, over half of the dopamine-producing neurons in the brain have already been lost. So because of this, researchers are trying to search for better ways to identify Parkinson's disease at an earlier time when treatments may have a greater impact on slowing the progression and improving the quality of life. So our research project explores whether or not combining two advanced neuroimaging techniques, fMRI and PET scans, can improve the early diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. They both provide different functions. fMRIs measure the brain function, while PET measures the metabolic and molecular activity, including dopamine function, which is directly affected by Parkinson's disease. And because these imaging techniques examine different aspects of brain function, we wanted to see if using both of them at the same time can help with detecting Parkinson's disease at an earlier time. What we did was combine 100 articles and assigned each student about 5 to 6 of them, and based off of the figures right here, we looked to see whether or not the authors come up frequently, and this kind of proves how combining multimodal imaging systems is becoming a research topic of popularity. And looking at our results do suggest that combining fMRI and PET scans provides complementary information that cannot be obtained from either imaging technique alone, meaning that combining both techniques will help with detecting Parkinson's disease at an earlier time. However, of course, there are limitations in this. One is due to the cost of each of these imaging systems. We cannot really implement it into every clinic, so that kind of acts as a barrier to starting this early detection of Parkinson's disease. We also found that my apologies, I can't really read the wording on my poster. We also found that imaging technology and AI continue to advance, meaning that we said that as imaging technology and AI continue to advance, multimodal neuroimaging will become an increasingly important tool in the future of neurological care. Thank you all for your time and listening, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, actually, 2 people are raising their hands, so
Yeah, go ahead, Ranjit.
Okay. So one question that I had is, what like fMRI features are the most useful for diagnosing or early detection of Parkinson's?
I think if we're speaking in the sense of combining both imaging techniques, the fact that it provides function brain networks, that generally helps.
So would you say like one is better than the other, or would you order both?
I would say both, as long as you combine them, because none of the imaging techniques alone can help with early detection because they both act as different types of imaging techniques. So that is why there has been an increase in research in trying to combine both of these imaging techniques in some way.
Okay. So in healthcare, like if there's a limited availability of PET imaging, does improvements like should it be used more? And is there any like improvements or increased accuracy that you've found with involved in PET scans?
I think yes, there are many limitations. That was kind of our conclusion. Of course, that is something kind of out of many people's control, due to the cost and everything. As we know, healthcare does cost a lot. So that was one major limitation that we just concluded with.
Well done, thank you.
Jay?
I think Rahul raised his hand before me. He can go first.
Okay, Rahul.
Yeah, so I don't know if you mentioned it when you were presenting, but how did you get your results? Because I was looking at your poster in the browser and it just says your methods, but like, was there any research on your own that you did?
Are you saying on my own as, a research intern? We all had different roles. So one of my roles was summarizing, research articles and then creating a couple of the figures. And then, of course, we met on a weekly basis for about an hour and two to talk
sorry
about,
to interrupt. I think he's asking if you guys did any research or if it's just a literature review.
Oh, it's a literature review.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Any other questions, Jay?
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you have any data on how the effectiveness and the accuracy increases when you use both compared to when you only use one? Because I believe it just says potentially improve the accuracy, but do you have any data on like the specific percentage or no?
Specific percentage? Let's see. Seems not.
Okay.
And I don't think that was one of my assigned jobs during this creation of the research poster.
Okay.
Any other questions? Sai?
Yeah. So the title itself says that the framework that you've given, the combinatorial framework, you're using fMRI and both the scans. What is the specific thing that makes this integration better than just using any one of them? What is there any specific thing?
Well, as mentioned before, both types of imaging techniques provide different functions. Like I mentioned, fMRI shows brain function, and PET scans show dopamine loss. And of course, using these techniques separately won't really help with detecting Parkinson's at an earlier time. So yes, combining both does help because they both provide different techniques.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right then, thank you all for letting me present and listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, Robin. Our next presentation is Harshvardhan. Is Harshvardhan present? I don't believe so. And we did one sheet. So, Sai Kaushik Ganavapo,
Yeah, I'm here.
he will be presenting his paper, AI-assisted triage in disaster medicine, enhancing response time and clinical decision-making without replacing human judgment.
Mine is not this one. Mine is about tumoral microbiome.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Looks like we had a mistake.
No.
It is disarming the tumor microbiome, a proposed computational pipeline to inhibit bacterial chemoresistance via cytochemical screening.
Yeah. So is my screen share visible right now?
Yes, it's visible.
The screen share may not be visible for everyone, so I will recommend posting like a link in the chat.
Yeah. I'll just be getting the PDF on the drive. Yeah, so the link has been shared, so let me know if it's visible to everyone. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so shall I get started?
Yeah, you can get started.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me start with good evening and good morning, depending on the respective time zones panel. For decades, oncology has viewed tumors as sterile environments, but today we know that they harbor complex living and microbial communities which interfere actively with medical treatment. My project, Disarming the Tumor Microbiome, presents a proposed computational pipeline to screen natural plant compounds to inhibit bacterial chemoresistance and save frontline cancer chemotherapy. Let's take a look at the gap in clinical care. When a patient is given the pancreatic cancer drug gemcitabine, the resident intratumoral bacteria, the bacteria inside the tumor, those bacteria such as Escherichia coli or Mycoplasma hyoranus, which are both classified as gamma proteobacteria, these bacteria express certain kinds of enzymes, and in this case, they kind of express an enzyme called cytidine deaminase, CDD. So this enzyme physically intercepts and chemically alters this drug, gemcitabine, that we've given to cure the tumor. What it does is, as it's physically intercepting it, it turns it, metabolizes it into a very useless or inactive compound even before it reaches the cancer cell, basically rendering it ineffective in chemotherapy. The current clinical solution for this is broad spectrum antibiotics, but the problem lies that it causes severe gut dysbiosis as well as it causes dangerous systemic toxicity. So the gap that we are addressing right now is how do we inhibit this bacterial enzyme without killing the bacteria. So to bridge this gap, I propose dual targeting co-administration framework. So we don't use antibiotics. What we do instead is we use or administer a non-toxic phytochemical adjuvant like berberine or any other normal ethnobotanical compounds that we are going to test on the person's microbiome, which means we are using phytochemical simultaneously with chemotherapy. So it's not one, but two drugs, one for the tumor and one for the microbiome. So now, when we look at it, what happens is gemcitabine is the plant compound that we are taking, the phytochemical, works as a structural shield. It locks into the CDD enzyme's active site and blocks it competitively, the pocket it's blocked. So now it can't intercept the drug and nor can it affect the chemotherapy that we're giving. So it helps the chemotherapy hit the human tumor with 100% efficiency. And to execute this very screening, I have designed a 3-phase in silico workflow methodology. First, we map the bacterial metabolic and regulatory pathways. So it is producing this enzyme CDD, right? The metabolic and regulatory pathways which affect CDD expression, we can map them out by taking data from public genome datasets such as NCBI. Then we deploy AlphaFold 3 to model the target bacterial regulatory proteins. That is phase 1. Now, moving on. Secondly, we use PyMol to clean out the active pocket sites. Third, we run molecular docking using Autodock Vena. By running docking, we are trying to find a phytochemical which actively disrupts the bacterial synthesis pathway upstream, which basically renders and doesn't let the bacteria produce this resistance conferring enzyme at all. When we look at this strategy, to ensure it's foolproof, I'm trying to use something novel. It's a dual lock screening protocol. So we are not looking just for a single compound. We are looking at a synergistic phytochemical pair, one which silences the synthesis pathway and one which silences any residual downstream CDD enzymes that have escaped. So this multi-tiered structural kinetic barrier helps us deliver a final blow to microbial resistance in chemotherapy, ensuring that gemcitabine reaches the human tumor without getting degraded. Looking at the shift, the paradigm, we now know that cancer cells are not sterile and that in the tumor microenvironment we find different kinds of bacteria giving some different proteins which are rendering our antibiotics or whatever drugs we give, any class of antibiotics, ineffective. So we are trying to understand, and the research is going on elevating drug toxicity, because now when you look antibiotic stewardship, now using antibiotics in such cases causes gut, it doesn't just affect the microbiome in tumor, it also affects the microbiome in our gut, which regulates a huge amount of process and regulatory pathways in our body. So we are even looking at the adjuvant framework. So we are using phytochemical compounds, right? Non-toxic phytochemical compounds isolated from plants. So the fact that they're non-toxic makes them more scalable than the existing antibiotics, and we can also look at the feasibility of how they can not affect our gut microbiome or our system negatively, but rather positively. That's the adjuvant framework. And now I'm still working on the genetic understanding. I'm using the data sets to understand the regulatory pathways that this enzyme uses so that we can inhibit this very enzyme. That is more likely it, and I would be working more actively on lab starting next week on this. That's it for now. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah,
Yes,
go
Jay.
for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so just checking. So you haven't actually done anything in a lab or tested on anyone yet, and you've made models online. Is that correct?
Before we go to wet lab, we have to validate stuff, dry lab, so that we can understand it more relevant. What we do in wet lab, that is in lab, in vitro, is dependent really on in silico model. So we have to try, validate, learn from the pathways so that we can apply it. For now, I have validated most of the part through the pathways that it regulates, which is generally the pyrimidine salvage pathway. We are looking at inhibiting certain upregulatory enzymes, which basically, what can I say? CDD is being synthesized. We are looking at inhibiting compounds that synthesize CDD. So we are looking more at other compounds which come before, precursors.
Okay.
Hope that answers your question. Are there any more questions?
I don't believe so. Thank you so much, Sai.
Thank you for
We
the
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, well, before we move on, I would just like to let everyone know, in case anyone needs to drop out, we've had a couple of presenters drop out. At the end of the conference, during the closing ceremony, we will talk about publishing opportunities of NYRJ and EJS, and we will be awarding our awards. Our next presentation is from Sanvi Shri Karnakati. Is she here?
Yeah, I'm here.
She will be presenting AI-assisted triage in disaster medicine, enhancing response time and clinical decision-making without replacing human judgment.
Okay, just in case we have any screen sharing issues, I'm posting the link in the chat, and I'll also be sharing my screen. Okay. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I'll be presenting my research on AI-assisted triage in disaster medicine. During large-scale emergencies, medical personnel often only have seconds to determine which patients require immediate treatment. My research explores how artificial intelligence can support these high-pressure decisions while ensuring that clinicians remain in control of patient care. Natural disasters, mass casualty accidents, and humanitarian crises often produce more patients than responders can immediately manage. Over a recent 20-year period, emergency response systems worldwide were unable to prevent 4.4 billion people from being injured, displaced, or left, requiring emergency humanitarian assistance due to natural disasters. Although systems like STAR and SALT provide standardized triage protocols, responders still face enormous pressure when making rapid decisions. Existing AI research has largely focused on diagnosis or hospital-based care, leaving a gap in understanding how AI can responsibly assist disaster triage without replacing medical professionals. To answer this question, I conducted an integrative literature review combining research on disaster medicine, emergency triage system, and artificial intelligence. I've compared existing triage protocols with current AI technologies and developed a conceptual framework demonstrating how AI could function as a clinical decision support system. I used Python, specifically the SymPy library, to simulate patient arrivals, triage decisions, and resource allocations. And as it was trained more and more, and I used machine learning to further train it, it got more efficient, having around 90% accuracy. The literature consistently suggests that AI has significant potential to improve disaster response. It can rapidly analyze patient information, prioritize casualties more consistently, and assist emergency teams in allocating limited medical resources. However, one of the strongest conclusions across the literature is that AI should serve as a decision support tool rather than an autonomous decision maker. Maintaining human oversight is an essential for both patient safety and ethical medical practice. This research demonstrates how AI could strengthen disaster medicine by improving efficiency while preserving the expertise of healthcare professionals. Looking ahead, future work should include clinical validation through simulation or field studies, integration with wearable health sensors, and collaboration with disaster response robotics. Equally important will be developing ethical guidelines and regulatory standards to ensure these technologies are deployed responsibly. I've also started working on a tangible prototype that is able to move across land and water, using car imaging sensing as well as the conceptual AI framework to classify patients. Okay, and that concludes my presentation, and feel free to ask any questions. Yes, Ranjit?
Would you mind going into like what you did with machine learning, how you coded, and what model you used?
Yes, of course. So what I first did was there are 5 stages in triage medicine, from 1 being minor wounds to scrapes, with 5 being needing immediate medical care. And there are kind of visual descriptions as well as pictures depicting on kind of like the rating on where they stand. And I used machine learning algorithms to classify each stage, and eventually using the SymPy library, I was able to simulate how it would work if it was in a real triage and emergency medical situation.
So how would AI be able to differentiate more like vague descriptions? Like, for example, patient came in with abdominal pain. Abdominal pain can be a lot of things. So wouldn't there have to be the aspect of I have to do a physical exam and I have to get lab tests? So would that be included in your triage model?
Yes, that would be. And it's currently in development. And what this conceptual framework is mainly used for is in natural disaster settings or mass casualty accidents where there are a lot of visible wounds. But yes, there are also a lot of internal wounds which would be classified falsely if it was done by a human because of the sheer amount of patients and the low amount of responders available. So AI could sometimes misclassify them, but from what I've seen and I've simulated, it classifies them more correctly than humans would normally do because of the descriptions or where they were found and how those environments could impact their health.
And what inspired you to take on this research?
So during last year, there were a lot of hurricanes down in Florida, and in class we were watching them, and it surprised me how FEMA's had a very low amount of workers, and it led to over 250,000 people not being able to get the care they needed, not because there weren't enough people, but because they did not have the amount of time, nor did they have the resources to classify each person. And a lot of them got misclassified, and it led to many injuries and long-term consequences.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
Jay?
Yes, on the second to last slide, you mentioned future directions such as integration with wearable sensors, clinical validation, and real-time robotics. Did you just think of this, or is there any research that shows that this could help improve the models, or did you just think that this might be able to improve the disaster relief?
Yeah, there is research using drones. It's been kind of like rudimentary, and it's kind of new, and it's been used it was tried to be used during Hurricane Katrina, but it wasn't very well deployed. And in recent years, they did try to deploy drones, and they were able to locate more victims than they would have just by foot or by just pure vision and using thermal imaging. So there is some research for using real-time robotics.
Yeah.
And like by wearable sensors, they can mean anything from an Apple Watch because it's able to send out GPS locations if you enable it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Our next presentation will be from Samayan Reddy, Seed Region Focus Validation of a Sign-Based Virus-Specific siRNA.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thing is right now I'm on my phone because I don't have internet where I am, so I can't join from my laptop. So I'm gonna send you guys the image of the poster in the chat, and so please use that. Yeah, so just refer to this image during, you guys get the image? Check in the chat. Yeah. You guys see the image?
Yep.
You can see it, but...
Wait, what's the but?
Yeah. Never mind. It was just an error on my part. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so then, yeah, just please refer to that image during my presentation. And am I good to get started, or?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you guys are. My name is Samayan Reddy, and I'm the author of this research project. And this one addresses a significant unmet medical need, which is the Synbis virus. So Synbis is a mosquito-borne alpha virus that causes debilitating fever, it gives rash, and in severe cases, even encephalitis. And currently, there are no approved vaccines or medications or any specific antiviral drugs because this is really difficult to target. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to create a targeted therapeutic because that's what this world desperately needs, as there's no approved treatment for this. So I look into RNA interference, which is that therapeutic strategy. So it is a potent antiviral defense in insects, but historically it has shown limited efficacy in mammalian cells. So I wanted to bridge that gap. So I set out to computationally design an antiviral siRNA that was going to be universally effective against the virus and rigorously safe for the human host. So let's see how I did this. So I developed a computational pipeline, completely in silico research. So I used freely available NCBI and SI Direct tools from the internet. But the challenge was that I had to, because I got the sequence ready, but then I had to validate it against like a massive human transcriptome database, and I had to have a short query constraint. So I tried to ensure maximum like strictness, so I targeted the 5' UTR region because that's the place where it's essential for viral application and it's evolutionary conserved. So there I executed full sequence BLAST searches against the human transcripts using NCBI BLAST. And then I then performed an exhaustive seed region analysis where I looked at every possible 6, 7, and 8 MER subsequence of the seed region, which is the primary driver of off-target silencing, and then I individually screened them against the human genome, which, as it might sound, it took a really long time. But then that allowed me to predict safety before I even went to, without even needing to go to wet lab. So it's completely in silico here. And with the results, it's actually pretty good based on what I found in just by looking at computational validation. So it's essentially ideal because I got 100% identity with the target sequence in 102 out of 102 diverse Synbis virus isolates that I tested, which from like the 1960s all the way to the ones isolated in 2022. So that makes it highly resistant to viral escape mutants. And I got no significant hits against the human transcriptome with my seed region analysis, which means that that it's completely safe to be applied in humans and mammalian cells. Well, there was like some full sequence to BLAST N. It did show partial matches, but it wasn't like perfect seed complementarity, which means it's likely just randomness rather than actual relevant off targets. And I used another alpha virus, like very similar to Synbis, which is the chikungunya virus. I also tested that, and the siRNA did not match that virus, which means it's specifically to Synbis. That means it targets only that virus. It's safe to use in humans, and it targets it like perfectly with good conservation. So pretty good. Next step would be wet lab validation. So what does this mean? Like, what have I done? What does this mean? Does that mean I demonstrated that a robust in silico bioinformatics screen can rapidly identify promising, safe antiviral candidates? So I like before even moving to wet lab, because wet lab is like so expensive these days. So I looked at the I did it computationally, which complete say de-risks the molecule before we even do the laboratory experimentation, which kind of saves a ton of money much faster, but there are some limitations because it is a computational study. So I can't predict the biological barriers inside the cell. I can't predict the viral RNA secondary structure or host interferon interference, which are major hurdles for RNAi mammals. So I did put in a concrete roadmap for future work like in vitro validation. I'm going to try to do this in the lab with relevant cell lines so I could measure actual viral reduction and cytotoxicity. And because after we test it, we're going to have to deliver it, right? So I'll look into that optimization because that's honestly one of the biggest hurdles for siRNA therapy. So I'm going to look at the lipid nanoparticle encapsulation so it can go into the cell effectively. So ultimately, I made this project because it provides a solid foundation as I combined rigorous computational screening with targeted biological validation. And this approach could contribute to new therapeutic options, not just for Synbis, but for emerging RNA virus threats globally. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, if not, thank you so much, Samayan. Our up next is a paper by Fahima Hussein Muna. The paper is titled Body Mass Index and Associated Socio-Demographic Factors Among School-Going Children in an Urban Slum of Dhaka, Bangladesh.
Before I show you something, I want you to picture something. A 9-year-old girl walking to school in a Dhaka slum. She is the same age as many children in your own families, maybe even your own relatives or your own siblings. She sits in class. She raises her hand. She plays with her friends. From the outside, nothing looks wrong, but her body is telling a different story. She weighs less than she should, and almost no one around her knows why. Today, I want to walk you through what 99 children just like her taught us about a kind of hunger that hides in plain sight inside our schools. So, can you see my screen?
I cannot
No.
hear.
Yeah. Oh, just give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, if you could link it in the chat, if you could share it.
My presentation is titled Body Mass Index and Associated Socio-Demographic Factors Among School-Going Children in an Urban Slum of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Bangladesh has made progress against children undernutrition over the last decades, which is commendable. But the progress is always measured under 5 years old. When a child starts going to school, they are essentially going apart from the nutrition radar, which is quite concerning as well. That leads us to a few questions. The first one is, how healthy are school-going children in slum communities? The next one is, does eating more often actually means better nutrition? Or is that just an assumption we need to test? And the third question is, what other factors such as age, sex, meal frequency, household size, paternal education do play a role in child's nutritional status? To answer all these questions, I conducted a cross-sectional study in a primary school in an urban slum community in Dhaka, Bangladesh. I worked with 99 school-going children aged 6 to 12 years, and for my statistical analysis, I used independent t-test, one-way ANOVA, Pearson correlation, multiple linear regression, and the significance threshold set at p less than 0.05. And each variable I chose was something a real policymaker could actually work on. To collect my data, I measured their height and weight to estimated their BMI. Also, I used a caregiver-administrated questionnaire to cover some few factors like their gender, their household size, or their paternal education and the meal frequency, or the number of times a child ate in the last 24 hours. Now, what I find, the mean age was 9.5 years, and 62.6% participants was female, and the mean BMI was 15.7, a number that reflects a generally lean, nutritionally vulnerable group of children. Body mass index did increase significantly with age, which is expected as children grow. But here's what stood out. When we looked at sex or parents' education or household size, none of them showed a statistically significant relationship with BMI on their own. And when we put all these factors together in a regression model, age was the only one that remained a significant independent predictor. Overall, my model explained about 18% of the variation in these children's BMI or body mass index. Here's what surprised us. Children who eat frequently didn't have better BMI than those children who eat less. In fact, my data suggests otherwise. It doesn't it doesn't significantly relate it to each other. Now, like all other studies, the limitation of my study was as I conducted a cross-sectional study, which means it shows association, but it does not show any cause and effect relationship. Then I conducted a research only targeting one school, which means it doesn't represent every school in slum community. And also, the meal frequency I chose, it didn't show any sort of diversity or quality of data. So what does that mean? It means school-going children in this urban slum showed that BMI is significantly related with age. None other factors such as their socioeconomic or their dietary variables are significantly independent factors related to BMI. For further studies, I think we should incorporate dietary diversity and food security to measure that what I conducted, it actually shows any real progression or not. And also we need to do some larger multi-site studies, and also some nutrition interventions also require, because eat frequently, that doesn't mean what we eat is enough. We also need to show what our food contains. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. And I'd like to attend any questions from you. So thank you.
Do we have any questions? Yes, Jay.
Why did you choose to use BMI to determine nutrition instead of a different method of seeing how healthy a child was.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to choose z-square or z-square, but due to the school has limited number of, they don't have any other advanced like real equipments to conduct that type of thing or z-square. So that's why I chose BMI, because that was the easiest way to choose or measure a child's nutritional level. So that is why I measured their height and weight and calculated their BMI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, if we have no more questions, then I would like to start our first break. As we approach our first 10-minute break, we may extend this, and we ask all students who are interested in interacting with your peers about academics, collaborations, and forming research groups, please answer the following poll, which will be sent on the group. This is a short, though this section is very short of the break. At the end of the conference, we will allow students to continue conversations up until 2 p.m. EST, which will be a little bit around 15 minutes extra time of the official end of the conference. If there are any questions, please ask us now. In case you do not want to go to any conference or breakout room after this to make research groups, just don't vote and you will be able to have your break. This break will end at 11:20, so we request all students are back here by then. And all students wanting to form research groups, please vote now so we can transport you to the room.
Yeah, we can access the link.
Yep.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are. My name is Maimuna T. Koulibaly, and I'm an undergraduate student at the university in Bamako, Mali. Today, I'll be presenting my project, AI-powered lung sound screener for low resource settings and offline prototype for pneumonia triage in rural Mali. So the research question guiding this project is, can an affordable offline AI-powered lung sound screening system accurately distinguish normal form of normal respiratory sounds to support pneumonia triage in low resource settings? Pneumonia remains one of the leading causes of death among children under 5 in Mali. In many rural communities, healthcare facilities don't have access to X-ray or CT imaging, and pulmonologists are often unavailable. As a result, healthcare workers rely mainly on the stethoscope. However, interpreting lung sounds is subjective and it requires significant clinical experience. This highlights the research gap. There is currently no affordable, objective point-of-care diagnostic tool that can assist frontline healthcare workers in low-resource settings. To address this challenge, I developed a low-cost AI-powered lung sound screening prototype. The idea is simple. A healthcare worker records a patient's lung sounds, and the device analyzes them locally without requiring an internet connection. The system is battery-powered. It's portable. It costs approximately $66 and can be accessed from any phone or tablet through a web browser, making it suitable for rural environments. To train the model, I used the ICBHI 2017 respiratory sound database, which contains 920 respiratory recordings from 126 patients with different respiratory conditions. Since computers cannot directly understand raw audio, I extracted 36 audio features, including mel frequency, spectral coefficients, spectral characteristics, and other acoustic features that capture important patterns in lung sound. These features were then used to train the machine learning model. The workflow begins with a 5-second long sound recording. The system extracts the audio features, standardizes them, and feeds them into a support vector machine classifier using an RBF kernel with 5-fold cross-validation. Finally, the model predicts whether the lung sounds are either normal or abnormal, together with a confidence score that can assist healthcare workers during patient triage. The best performing model achieves approximately 80% cross-validation accuracy, with the support vector machine outperforming the other models that are evaluated. While this prototype is not intended to replace physicians, an accuracy of around 80% demonstrates that AI can provide clinically useful support for identifying patients who may require further medical evaluation. Also, this could help reduce missed case and enable earlier referral to hospitals. To make the system practical for healthcare workers, I developed a simple web interface so users can enter patient information, record or upload lung sounds, receive an instant prediction, visualize the audio signal, and generate a PDF report. The goal was to create an interface that requires minimal technical experience. One of the main objectives of this project was affordability. The entire prototype costs approximately $66 and is built using a Raspberry Pi, a USB sound card, a lapel microphone, a power bank, and a micro SD card. The Raspberry Pi creates its own Wi-Fi hotspot, allowing nearby phones or tablets to access the application directly through a web browser, completely offline. This project is currently a proof of concept, and several important next steps remain. These include clinical validation with healthcare professionals in Mali, expanding the model to distinguish multiple respiratory diseases, integrating heart sound analysis, and connecting the system with electronic medical records. Ultimately, my goal is to deploy affordable AI-assisted screening tools that improve access to healthcare in underserved communities. All right, thank you very much for your time and attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and yeah, thank you so much.
Do we have any questions, everyone? Okay, if not, wonderful presentation.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Can you tell me and can you verify how you get the 80% of accuracy from this model?
Wait.
Can you specify?
Thank you for your...
Okay.
Yes, continue your question.
Yeah, that how did you get that 80% of accuracy from this model?
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you for the question. So actually, I compared several machine learning algorithms, including random forest and XGBoost. When I used those machine learning algorithms, they weren't really trained for these models. Like I got initially 99% accuracy, which was kind of false. So I used another machine learning algorithm, which was the support vector machine, and it actually achieved the best cross-validation accuracy, which is the 80%. I think it could be more than that if I had more data, but 80% is the best that I got using the support vector machine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is Isha Shabazz here? Isha? Okay. Is Gurleen Kaur here? Gurleen? Okay. Is Shubham Kumar Yadav here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So he will be presenting applying social network analysis to understand digital communities and influence patterns.
Yeah. So should I share my screen?
If you can post it in the chat and share your screen
Okay.
both.
I'm doing the same. Just wait a minute. I'm just copying the link to document. Yep, I guess. See, I've shared the link and I'm just sharing my screen as well. Are you able to see the screen? Anyone can just tell me if they are able to see the screen.
The link works, but we can't see your screen. So.
Oh, just wait. I'm just sharing. Yeah, is it visible now?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so I think I can start with this if everybody is on. So first of all, a very good evening, good morning, whatever, where you are just joining the meet. So today I will be talking about the applying social network analysis to understand digital communities and influence pattern. This is a internship research work which I'm currently pursuing in my college only, and I'm an undergraduate student at South Asian University, and I'm from India. So what I was trying to explore in these summer vacations was this. So how the social network analysis can identify influential actors and understand the knowledge diffusion within digital business communities. So this is a very niche problem statement which we all over face in the current world. That is how we can identify which company's growth depend on what factors, like what are the connections between the people that are working in an organization or a firm, and how do they impact the growth of a company or an organization. So I was doing the research on this topic only, and the research methodology which I have used is the literature review. Firstly, I have gone through a lot of research papers regarding this, which are some of the stated main research paper or board interlock networks, director firm, bipart network, CSR certification and CEO power, industry and financial indicators. These were some of the top research papers which I went through. And after that, there's a data collection thing which I have done to choose the best data on which I can perform my experiments to identify the relations between the people in an organization or the factors which are responsible for the consequences of different situations in a company or a firm. So then after I went to the data processing and then after network construction regarding using the SNA analysis, that is social network analysis, which is help to determine the community detection things. Yeah, and apart from that, the network types and SNA techniques, which I am looking forward was a degree betweenness, eigenvectors, and page rank centrality, and community detection was there. So what I was looking forward to
gained from these research methodology was to first form a graph, then I can form some of the nodes and edges. The nodes are the pupil or the person in an organization or firm which we can relate to, and there's a relation between everyone. Like we as a person, we have some relation with another person, or if there is no relation, then we can consider it as a not so a node in a good relationship graph. And then after we were looking for the multiplex governance and industry financial advisory. These were some of the research methodology part which I was currently working on. And moving on to the research questions and current progression which I have currently done. The research questions, the first one comes is the centrality and influence. Like can influential actors be identified through network centrality measures? As we know that in an organization there's a lot of people, but there are only 2 or 3 persons which are responsible for more or less the impact on the organization. So by using this technique, by applying SNA on my research question methodology, we can find some those impactful people in an organization, and we can predict a lot of things from their behavior, their work, and their relationship with other peers. And the second question which comes into the mind is the knowledge diffusion. How is the knowledge jar is divided into a group or a community? We can find that using this technique. And then after the community and similarity measures, can community structures explain organizational similarity? Like if the community structures is in a hierarchical way, then we can surely do that. Like the company, so we can predict like if the company is growing in that structure or not, in a hierarchical or in an equal thing or not. And then after the question comes to the multiplex prediction, like multiple persons can be there which can impact organizational health or firm's progress. We can identify that also using this SN technique on the current data set provided on the internet. And what I have done, right, like what I have completed at that moment of time, like literature review and problems, and that is done. Data set collection, network construction, initial SNA matrices, these are also done. And ongoing, the things which are ongoing, our community detection is the one thing which I'm looking forward for doing in the upcoming time, and hypothesis testing and network analysis. These are things that are remaining currently. And apart from that, expected contribution and impact, which I'm looking forward as of now. The research, like you can see the graph, which tells us the influence modeling of any community or any society. So there are a lot of things which influence a community's progress or degradation in the community's performance or not. The first one is the digital community. Like we can identify if the community is a digitally well-grown community or not. And then after the startup ecosystem, like people are willing to take the risk in a community or not. Innovation network is there, like people are more towards innovation or not. This can also be predicted or can be early identified. And the recommendation systems can also be easily identified in this influence modeling. And after that, organizational networks, like how the companies are well connected or supported by each one. This can also be identified by this. And at the end, the business consultancy, which is the main, I think the main point of discussion is that, like at the end, every business target is to make make it a profitable business. So that is what most of the businesses look, and this is what I am trying to apply on some of the things available to me right now to predict the things in a more broader way. And yeah, apart from that, we can reveal some of the hidden influence structures in our organization or society, like validating habits, expand data set. These are the things which currently are on the progress, but we can reveal a lot of things from this SNA technique, social network analysis application on digital communities and influence pattern. Like we can identify early stage growth of a community, like we can predict the survival rate of the community if this community or that community will be able to survive in a longer period of time, and in what direction they are going to survive. Like, are they going to be in a good way or in a bad way? Like, they are going to have a lot of progress in the upcoming time or not, or like they are going to be in a stable equilibrium. Yeah, that is, I think, all of them till now from my side. And yep, that is from my side. If anybody has any questions, they can ask, and thank you. I'm done.
Rahul?
Yeah, I was looking at your presentation. I was just wondering, why was like there a lot of grammatical errors, and it just looks kind of unprofessional, if I'm gonna be honest. And what is the purpose behind the actual project?
Yeah, I can tell you that is well because I have just shifted my presentation from my laptop to the iPad of mine. Like it was brought to a friend, so I was not able to fulfill the thing, which was like I cannot able to share it on this as my laptop is not an iPad or like something. So the editings were not were done by this. Like it just mixed up. So that is one of the error thing. I'm really this is a big apology from my side regarding that. I can share you the well coordinated presentation right after this. And the main agenda or like main thing which I am here to present is I'm just trying to apply the social network analysis to understand the digital communities and influence patterns. Like I'm looking to reveal the secrets behind the growth of a community or a society using the social network analysis techniques. Yep, that is what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, thanks.
Jay.
So has this method been used before to like predict or see the growth of a community, or is
Yeah.
this like a new?
No. So there's a in social network analysis there are a lot of techniques which are used to identify some of the patterns which are underlying in the community's behavior. Like if I give you some example of like everybody has heard of something like anonymous group. There's a cybersecurity like hackers group. So on one of the research papers shows like the hackers which hack a lot of big heists, they are involved in a lot of big heists. They have a similar pattern in their like mindset. Like most of the people are very willing to explore the hidden gems and the technical things. This was found by the social network analysis technique. So applying social network on a particular, like, there's a lot of techniques used. So we have to pick out the technique which suits which can acknowledge and which can reveal a lot more about the society or a community. It has been previously used, but the accuracy or the things which came out were not that much relatable to the community or not relatable to the benefit of the society. Like benefit, I would say like it was not that much. Doesn't matter at all. Like it is a way far from the reality. So I was looking to make it like to found the things which can be in reality. Like we don't want to it to be a hypothesis only.
So you're saying these techniques have been used before, but this is your usage of it is more accurate, and that's why it's.
The approach is different. You can say the approach is different, but these are you previously used. But I am using a different approach to look to look it from a different perspective.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Can you just tell me a little bit about the data that you've used, like, your sources, why you chose said data, and, just a general description of the data you've used?
Yeah, so the data set, like I can tell you something about it. If the research paper has like, there's no particular data set for this, like the topic which I have chosen. There's no particular data set. I have generated a data set from researching from 10 to 12 research papers. I have just extracted the data set and made my own data set from that. A little description of the dataset is like I have used in a firm, there are some of the key employees or the top performing employees in a firm. Like for example, there's a firm we can call XYZ and it has an employee A. So I have the data of employee A and it has some columns like how many years he has been working for the firm and where he has graduated and how much experience he has in the field and is he or she has been able to demonstrate some of the good qualities, like they can be scaled down to a scale of 1 to 10. I have just used that things to accommodate all the aspects of our employee. That is what I have done till now.
Okay. I don't think you completely understood what I meant. I need to ask, like, if you don't have a very particular data set or a fixed data, how did you come to any conclusion? How did you end up there?
I haven't done any conclusion right now. I'm on I'm like on the way of a conclusion because I'm just exploring this. The conclusion can be made once after I have been through I have performed some of the experimental data set points or something to test on my data. Then only I can make a conclusion. I haven't yet on a conclusion right now. No, there's no accuracy or something. This one.
It's in progress, it's incomplete?
Yeah, it's in progress. It's in progress and it will be completed by till July only as the thing is currently on work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Shubham. Our next presentation is Anika Singh here. Anika Singh. Okay. Is M. Fahad Bashir here? Fahad Bashir. Okay, I believe Fahad Bashir is not here. Then our next presentation group will be in the field of physics, mathematics, engineering, and applied technology. This category includes space science, engineering, assistive technology, and applied innovation. The following are the presenters along with their abstract title. If you hear your name, please let me know. Saidov Damir. Is Saidov
Yes, I'm here.
Damir here? So
Yes,
Saidov
I'm
will be
here.
presenting the strategic role of cryogenesis in the new era of space exploration.
So I will send the link to my presentation for those who
Yes,
will not see my presentation.
in the
And
chat.
then, okay. And then share my screen.
Yep.
I'm sorry, is it clear for you? Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Oh, okay. So, my name is Damir. I'm from the Kazakhstan, Central Asia. I'm a rising senior at Edvile International School. So, the background of my research. I have always been fascinated by space exploration and the engineering challenges behind it. People usually focus on rockets, but while reading about modern missions, I realized that many of the biggest challenges actually happen after launch. So keeping fuel stable and protecting scientific instruments will be a good results. So my research paper is the strategic role of cryogenics in the new era of space exploration. I'm the researcher, and I also research with professor from the NYRJ University in Astana, Kazakhstan. So the research program. The main problem is not only reaching the space, but keeping systems stable for months or years. My paper asks how cryogenics become a strategic technology rather than just a technical detail. Cryogenic tank gradually losing fuel. First it stored cryogenic fuel, then heat entering tank, then evaporation boil off, and then reduced missing rate. The methodology that I used. I used a multidisciplinary technical analysis. I compared propellant properties, reviewing real space systems like James Webster's Space Telescope and International Space Station. Also, I analyzed future infrastructure such as in-orbit refueling. Technical analysis was based on official NASA cryogenic propellant data and case studies. The first key finding is that cryogenic propulsion provides the energy efficiency needed for demanding missions. Liquid hydrogen is especially important because of its high energy per unit mass, while liquid methane is attractive for future Mars-class missions. In the diagram, it shows that liquid hydrogen first acts as a fuel, then liquid oxygen acts as an oxidizer, then pressured gas pushes both liquids through valves, and finally the propellants mix in combustion chamber and generate thrust through the nozzle. My second finding is that cryogenics is not limited to propulsion. Telescopes like James Webster's Space Telescope require cryogenic cooling to detect faint infrared signals, while future habitats need low temperature systems for life support and biological preservation. Currently, I work as a research assistant in the robotics department at NYRJ University. My main professor, Mr. Zhanat Kapasov, he helped me with all the information and the findings. The future impact. Cryogenics is a technological backbone of sustainable space exploration. The impact of this research is simple. Without reliable cryogenic systems, deep space exploration becomes far less practical. Future missions will depend not only on bigger rockets, but on better thermal control, fluid management, and cryogenic infrastructure. Cryogenics shows that the future of space exploration may depend not only on how far we can travel, but on how well we can control temperature in the most extreme environments. Thank you for your attention. Here's my contacts and my laboratory's website. We can move on the questions if you have. So, yes, you can ask question. Go on.
Yes. So, if I'm correct, this is a literature review, right?
Yes. It's also a literature review, but currently I'm working on my laboratory with professor, and we will be launching our first rocket. So
okay.
with the robotics tactile sensors.
Okay, so what sources I don't think you mentioned any sources. So what sources did you use when finding the information?
I have mentioned in the methodology slide. So I mainly used NASA technical reports on cryogenic fluid management and the NASA and ESA information on the James Webb Space Telescope. So the official websites.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, but here, Aryan, you can move on with the question.
So as you said that you're working on like the rocket, so once you finish the rocket and that actually launches, so is that to test all this data that you find about cryogenics?
Yes, I will test all the data, but I think we do not have currently this technology, cryogenic technologies in our laboratory. So first I would add my own knowledge and the robotics sensors into my rocket, and then I would like to contact and maybe find any professors from the NASA, and then I want to test real data with my rocket.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. So, any more questions?
I don't believe so. Very, very cool project side of.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that opportunity, and I will turn off my presentation.
Yep. Zakir Nuruddin.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Zakir's project is two-layer prime factor transforms.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen. First, let me give you the.
Yes, and if you can post in the chat too as well.
Okay. So I'll be sharing my screen. So do you guys see the screen? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, you see the screen? Okay. So let me present it. So thank you. My name is Dr. Nuruddin. I'm a sophomore in Ethiopia. So I present to you a two-layer prime factor transform, a new arithmetic function built by transforming the exponent before recombining it with prime, and the iterative dynamic system it generates. So basically, first take any composite number, say 360. Apply one operation to it, and you get 12. Apply the same operation again, you get 5, a prime. 2 step done. So I'll show you the operation in a second, but first, every composite number eventually reaches a prime. This way. So the beauty of mathematical research lies in the moment when a pattern becomes too compelling to ignore, demanding a proof. So number theorists already have many ways to fold a factorization into one number. Sum of prime factorization weighs each prime by its raw exponent. Rather throw the exponent away entirely. There is the digisum function. How many ones does a number have in a binary? Yeah, we know that it's old and well studied. So in 1808, legendary formula ties digisum to factorial valuation, a century before even I searched them. So in 2010, Madwitz and Rivas proved digisum of primes themselves are equidistant. So digisum and prime are already well studied, but they're not combined well the way I did. So both of these traditions treat the exponent as fixed input to a single operation. Nobody takes the exponent itself and runs it through a digit sum transfer, then recombines it with its prime. That one move turns a static sum into tunable, and then into a dynamic system. That's what we call a two-layer prime factorization. So basically, as Fermat's last theorem came from a Pythagorean theorem, my theorem came from sum of prime factorization of Allied and Erdos in 1977. So basically, the beauty of mathematics is when you have a function and when you enjoy doing that, and it compares you to profits. So basically, the definition of the function. So write the integer as n equals the product of primes to exponent. F of n is the sum of each prime times the digit sum of its exponent in base b. So basically, the subscript is the base of the digit sum. It's not a multiplier. So f of 2 means write each exponent in a binary counts in ones with the prime by that count. So what's 360 again? So now fully derived. So 360 is 2 to the power of 3 times 3 to the power of 2 times 5 to the power of 1. So it means that when we get it through the function, we will get the binary sum of 311, which is 210, which is 1, and 1, which is 1. So basically, when we work these 360 through the function, it will become 12. So then after 12, it will become 5 when we iterate 12 into the function. So basically, she did the same operation, but seen differently. So let E of n be the exponent vector, P the fixed prime base, and T of the coordinate y digit sum transform. So then f of n is just P dot T of E of n. So basically, this is known a non-linear coordinate digit sum map on an exponent space, which is like in linear algebra. So then followed by a weighted projection. So basically, a beauty of mathematics is when you apply a function into other fields, and when it is comparing to prove it. So basically, in 1852, Cramer's theorem already shows base P digit sum controls periodic evaluation of binomial coefficients. I'm applying the same kind of project. So, but as a transform on the exponent vector itself. So basically, and iterating f of 2 is just applying the composite map twice, 360 to 12 to 5. So that's how it works. Collision happens when the transform merges distinct vectors. So since the digit sum function is not injective, they're guaranteed. So f of 2 of 6, 12, and 18, and 36 are all 5. So as we can group numbers into primes and composites, we can group these numbers into a beautiful structured way as they give the same value when they are through the function. So basically, that's how it works. So fixed points are the interesting case. Every prime is fixed because the prime has one exponent. So this sum is 1 also. So basically, the theorem is the fixed point of f of 2 are exactly the prime numbers. Every prime p satisfies f of p is p. So no composite number greater than 4 satisfies f of n is equals to 4 n. So this is a proven theorem that I have proved myself. So we got also a conjunction in this research that we have not proven yet. So every composite reaches a prime under iteration verified computationally for all composites below 10 raised 7. Not yet proven. So basically, the proof idea of this theorem, which is f of 2 of p f2 of p is equals to p, and f2 of n is greater than n for composite numbers n greater than 4. So basically, the proof idea, or let me try to give you the map, not the whole proof. So basically, the proof idea is going to be 3.5 bits. So first, the binary digit sum of a is always at most with the equality only at 1. So f of n of f2 of n is always at most top of n, and the gap grows fast since the digit sum grows only logarithmically with the exponent itself grows linearly. So the second is a strictly decreasing sequence. The second is the past small threshold f of n is less than n, so the iterated sequence is eventually strictly decreasing. So the third part is termination, strictly decreasing relative integer must stop, and last one is fixed point classification. Termination forces a fixed point and only primes can qualify, so the process is bound decrease the termination and classification of the proof that we did. So basically what this opens up, f of 2 is one member of a whole family indexed by base. So yes, it's a accurate map, we know that. So ask if it is always reach a fixed point, that's a collage. So collage is hard because it has no search bound. Mine does. So basically that's all. So what maths professors say about this function, the newly invented function? So Professor Nicholas Katz said that it seems that the equation f of 2 greater than n, where the equality happens when n is prime, is a good guess. So the Ladotos and other professors have also their feedbacks on the function. So that's all I got. You can ask me a question. Thank you very much.
So on the professor feedback, it says it's a good guess. So, have you proven it fully, or is there still proof to be made, or is it just a generalization?
So basically, for the professor, I have not given the proof, but I have already proved the whole proof, as I have shown you in this slide.
Yeah.
This is the map, but I cannot write it the whole proof right here because it's not. It's just like a presentation, small presentation. So this is the map of the proof. So you can look at it, and so basically, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Zakir, so you said that f sub 2n eventually becomes smaller, right? Than n?
Yeah.
So is there what is the explicit threshold that occurs with that formula?
So basically what happens in the formula is that, so when we have a composite number n, let's take it like 18. So when we write it in a prime factorization, so for 18, so for 18 it's going to be like 3 square times 2 in it. 3 square times 2. So we will take the binary sum of the number 2, the exponent 2 for the base 3, and also we will take the digit-sum of, or the binary digit-sum of the exponent 1 for the base 2. So we will multiply that for 3 times the digit-sum of the exponent 2 plus 2 times the digit-sum of the exponent 1. So basically how it works is that it's a new function, but it always had that kind of pattern when the composite numbers always reach prime when we compare it under the 10 to the power of 7 numbers. So what happens is that when we iterate this function and function after we get some values, we always reach prime. So this is the thing that we need to prove. So we've got some progress on the proof where f of n is less than or equal to n, where component number n is greater than 4. So that's how it works, basically.
So now, it's because it's strictly decreasing. Is there a way you can model how the rate it's decreasing, like with a derivative or something? Is there a way you can model something like that?
So can you model the decreasing pattern?
You said past a small threshold, f sub 2n is less than n. So for that sequence, is there a way to model the rate of change of decrease?
So basically, there is no way to measure the rate of change because it's always variable throughout the numbers. So the prime factorization of a composite number, so basically for a prime number it's always p. So for a composite number, we got the threshold that where n is greater than f2 of n. So basically the decreasing rate is always variable, but there are some groups which always have the last prime numbers, but we don't know the modeling, or like we don't count the decreasing pattern of it because it's always variable. So
Okay,
there
so
is
variable
no
effect.
yeah.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thanks. So
Okay,
basically,
sorry.
so that's how the function works. So basically, it's the same as a Fermat's last theorem, but in a way that it's changed. So so thank you for giving me the chance. And if anyone have a question, you can go on.
Okay, we will move on now. I would like to remind everyone to please try to keep your presentation up to 5 minutes as we are a little behind schedule. So our next presentation is by Roma. Is Roma here? No, is Navish Upala here? Okay, is Shravya Mishra here?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
So Shravya Mishra will be presenting the paper ISRAVIA, Breaking the Wall of Silence.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, and please post in the chat too. And just a reminder to everyone, 1 second, I'm so sorry. Just a reminder to everyone, after our presentation, we will have awards and we will talk about our publishing opportunities from NYRJ and EJS. So we really recommend everyone stays till then. And if anyone needs to drop out but has one question, you can post it in the chat and either NYRJ or EJS can answer it for you. Just make sure you specify for whom.
Is the screen visible? Hello?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shravya Mishra, 11th grader from Odisha, India. I'll be presenting iShravya Breaking the Wall of Silence, Prototyping, Testing, and Validating. Imagine needing to communicate something as simple as asking for help, ordering food, or answering your teacher's questions, and not being understood because the people around you don't know your language. For millions of hearing and speech impaired individuals, this is an everyday reality. just for the statistics, 430 million individuals across the globe have disabling hearing loss, and 15% of the world's hearing and speech disabled population, which is approximately 63 million individuals, belong to India. iShravya, which stands for Indian Sign Language Responsive and Voice Intelligent Assistant, combines computer vision and deep learning to recognize Indian Sign Language gestures and translate them into text and speech in real time. I often describe the barrier which creates this communication gap because of the physical disability as the wall of silence, which causes limited job opportunities, limited educational opportunities, social isolation, mental health challenges, and a non-inclusive society. So sign language has existed for centuries. Over 300 recognized sign languages worldwide. Technology has certainly evolved from sensor-based robotic gloves to mobile applications powered by computer vision. However, decades of innovation, one fundamental challenge still remains. Most existing systems are either for learning sign language or require specialized hardware that is expensive and just impractical for everyday use. So while technology has progressed
accessibility has not progressed at the same pace. So what is the need for iShravya? iShravya focuses mostly on Indian Sign Language, which is not catered for by other apps in the same domain. Whereas, like the apps I already talked about, 97% of them are made for teaching sign language. Only 3% of them are made for communication, and that too not real-time communication. And even from that, 99% focus on American Sign Language and only 1% cater to the other sign language there are. So this reveals clear research. So this is the methodology how we created iShravya. We generated a data set by utilizing hearing and speech impaired people from students mainly from my area and nearby schools. We generated the data set, annotated it, and pre-processed the data using MediaPipe. Yeah.
It seems like you're not really changing the slides. If you could do that,
okay.
Still on the title slide.
It didn't change?
No.
Yeah, we can't see it.
Okay, let me try it.
Yeah, we can see it now. Like we can, how we made it.
I'll just try to share it again.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, is it visible now?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. Is it still visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we use MediaPipe for pre-processing the raw images to extract like 20 to extract hand points and positions so that we could accurately track sign language. We augmented the data to create more variety and to reduce margin of error. Then data quality analysis happened. Then we trained the model using a CNN. Which also learned spatial relationships and different finger positions. So finally, it was tested and we built the front end. This is the data distribution between real and augmented. We particularly used 9 signs for the prototyping. So these were the data distribution graphs. Data distribution graphs. So 20% of them, almost 20% of them were real, and the rest were augmented using Gaussian blur, rotation, etc. Next is the model architecture. So once the landmarks are extracted and transformed into structural numerical features, these features pass through a lightweight, fully connected neural network consisting of dense layers. So we use 3 dense layers for our model. This is the model performance. Our model showed really good accuracy and model loss with really low confusion matrix. This is kind of unusual because of the perfect results. This may be due to the less sampling of the data, as we didn't have much data to work with. That's why it may have happened. This is the performance statistics. So the mean magnitude of relative error was about 15.6%. So this is the number of times we tested it on 4 signs. This was the number. The blue is the number of times the gestures were correctly identified, and the red, the orange is the number of times it was wrongly identified. So the best results were for no. This was the angle deviation analysis. So we found out that we found out that once the sign language changes to about 270 degrees, hand sign changes to about changes by 270 degrees, the model cannot identify it well. While in other cases, most cases, it is able to identify it well, so that in real time, even if there is a slight margin of error when making the signs, when the people sign and change their signs, it won't be like the model cannot identify it. This was the front-end workflow. So I'll just show it to you. Yeah. So this is the first page that comes on. So you can select your mode of communication, like you want voice to text or two-way communication between a hearing person and a hearing impaired person, or a sign language to text and voice, where you can use your webcam to translate sign language to text and voice, or dual mode, where both of them happens. This is an example of the voice to text, and this is an example of dual mode, where when we sign into the camera, it detects the prediction and says it in a voice, whereas the response came by the non-hearing impaired person can be displayed by text over here. So, how it all started? It all began with a visit to Sri Harsha Memorial School for the Deaf and Mute in Jatni. They have been a huge part of this project, where they have also provided with very crucial feedback, and also helped in making of the data set. I met a lot of bright students there whom I interacted with and understood that there was a gap and need to make this communication possible. Thank you. So in conclusion, I shall demonstrate how computer vision, machine learning, and human-centered design can be combined to create an accessible communication for Indian Sign Language users. Future work will be on expanding gesture vocabulary, recognizing continuous sentences, improving robustness across diverse environments, and deploying the system on mobile platforms. Ultimately, my goal is not to simply build a better recognition model. It is to build technology that makes communication more inclusive. Because when we remove barriers to communication, we create opportunity for education, employment, and human meaningful connection. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Shravya, so you...
Oh, sorry. Continue.
Sorry.
Oh, please go ahead.
Shravya, you said you used the neural network. Would you mind going into how many epochs you ran for testing? And
yeah. So, as I had like a low-end computer, I could only run 25 epochs for that. I don't remember the exact number of trials I ran, but it was 25 epochs.
What about the contents of your dense layer?
Excuse me?
What about the contents of your dense layer? Yeah, in your dense layer, how many dense layers did you have, and how many neurons did you have in each dense layer?
Okay, so I had 3 dense layers, and each had about 16,000 parameters.
Okay, and what about neurons? So processing units.
Oh yeah, neurons. Wait, I don't remember the exact number.
Okay.
I'll just slowly. And also, like all the information, this research has already been published, so all the information is available on that. You can look it up on ResearchGate as well.
Okay, very good.
Okay, everyone. Thank you so much, Shravya.
I just have one
Jay has a
question.
question.
So it's a mobile app, right? If I'm not wrong, like it's a mobile app that detects sign language. But I feel like if you have a phone, you could just type. So I don't really see the usage of this.
Yeah, okay. I understand your question. So it's not really like it's a mobile app. So it's kind of software that can be deployed everywhere. For example, in schools, if you have a mixed group and there's only, for example, say one person who is hearing impaired, right? So while communication in class and everything, it's not really practical to type it out everywhere. So if there is a webcam pointed towards their hands, so they can just sign and like communicate with the rest of the class normally. And just typing it out is kind of a hassle, and it creates that barrier between them, social barrier between them. When I conducted the survey for this to realize the need, I also like communicated with the people who were hearing impaired, students who were. So they told us that like texting and stuff is okay, but they are more comfortable in signing. So they can sign faster and communicate their thoughts more clearly.
Okay. Thank you.
And this is purely with the Odisha students, right?
Yeah.
This is only with Odisha students, right?
Yeah. So it was trained using their data set. Like I generated the data set like with them, but it was also tested with other students from areas like Delhi and Delhi, Pune, etc., where I went for exhibits to like test out that if it receives good feedback or not.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Shravya.
Thank you so much.
We will move on now. I request everyone if we can please try to keep our presentations as short as possible, as we are very over time. So if we can try to keep it as the old goal, up to 5 minutes. Our next presentation is in the category of environmental science, economics, and social sciences. This is our last category. It includes sustainability, economics, psychology, society, and public health equity. Is Bhavya Agarwal there? I believe she messaged in the...
Just give me 2 minutes. I'll join from my phone.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one and come back to you then. Laziza, are you there?
I'm sorry, did you say Laziza?
Yes.
Yes.
Laziza will be presenting a survey-based investigation of environmental volatility and motivational responsiveness in Tashkent residents.
Yeah. So...
Okay, Leslie, if you can please put your presentation in the chat and then screen share.
Can you see? I think I've shared my screen here. And unfortunately, I have created my presentation in PowerPoint, and since I don't really know how to use this Microsoft meetings, I actually don't know how to share the presentation here.
Okay, it's fine, no problem. You can just present as is.
Oh.
Yep.
What you can do, Laziza, you can just go to share and click on the window that you want to share.
But Krishna, since she's not too familiar with it, let's just continue as we have less time.
Yeah.
And the judges are able to see your screen.
Okay.
What I was told, yeah.
And as a little introduction, I am Laziza Faroukhowna. I am 14 and I am from Uzbekistan. So initially, in this research paper, we hypothesized that the unpredictability and harshness of an individual's environment increases its volatility. And when the surrounding atmosphere is volatile, the motivational responsiveness will be significantly inhibited, and people might become indifferent to the incentives. And though our hypothesis was somehow correct, we identified a really different result than we have expected. So a sample size of 50 families were recruited for a 21-question social survey in the Tashkent metropolitan areas who've been living here for at least 2 years. People in the sample were aged from 12 to 50, and students as well as people were all from educated and knowledgeable families. 32 people were aged between the ages 12 to 17, representing the 64% of the overall sample, and the middle-aged adults and elderly made up the rest of the sample. Families who were involved were mostly from middle-class families, so we need to ensure that there is no extensive lack of resources. So that's why not many families who were in like poor middle underclass were not involved. There are three main variables that were extracted from the study. First one is volatility index, which was extracted calculating the U factor, unpredictability factor. We've implemented the metabolic threshold of 3.0 on a scale of 1 to 5, and we found that the mean of volatility index for our sample was 3.66, which actually does exceed this threshold, meaning that the environment of the residents is volatile. Second, insensitive sensitivity index. It represents the motivation of a person towards a task, defining the level at which the individual's brain is increasing or decreasing its sensitivity to their words. So our results showed the score of 3.6617, which means people are operating at 66% of their maximum insensitive capacity, yet still not 100, meaning that they're not performing at the peak of their performance. Third one, the learning rate, which was defined as a derivative, as the brain also responds to the rate of change in an environment, and it was also defined as the ratio of observed sensitivity to the baseline of our expected reward. When the environment was volatile, when the volatility index, when the environment was stable, when the volatility index was lower than 3.0, learning rate demonstrated of approximately 1.7 score. But on other case, when the volatility did exceed of 3.0, the results show 0.95. And as we can see here, learning rate is relatively lower when the volatility index does increase. All of these variables were extracted and regressed against each other by designing a biophysical phase transition model, a tool that uses the piecewise system instead of a linear one, where the formula for the variable changes as the x value changes. This was built based on the dynamic systems theory of the brain. One of the most important parts of this research paper was identifying data correlations. The first one was regressing the volatility index against the learning rate. And as we can see here, after the volatility index reaches the threshold of 3.0, the learning rate automatically gets dropped down, suggesting that after the volatility index increases, learning rate might decrease significantly. Second, one of the most interesting parts of our research was regression of volatility index and insensitive sensitivity. Initially, we have hypothesized that after the VI increases of 3.0, the insensitive sensitivity index should definitely decrease. But actually, if we look at the data, after crossing the threshold, data become more spread across the graph. So this suggests that environmental instability may not directly suppress motivation across all individuals like we initially thought, but instead, increasing the volatility appears to increase the difference between people who remain resilient and those who become weak. So Pearson's correlation analysis produced a coefficient of R equals to minus 0.636, meaning that the correlation was a weak negative relationship. Moreover, we have calculated that only 13% of the overall variance was explained by the volatility index, while the remaining 87% could be explained by the secondary factors such as sleep quality, family support, social pressure, and maybe food quality, which were not included in the study. So if motivation were determined primarily by environmental volatility, intervention efforts would need to focus exclusively on changing the environment. But unfortunately, that's not what we see from our data. We see that the substantial motivational variation remains high among individuals exposed to similar levels of volatility. So this all means that policies and governmental authorities need to focus more on improving the conditions in which people live and study, because improving the curricula, increasing opportunities, increasing the rigor of the programs, or even raising performance expectations are not enough. And the main reason for us designing this research experiment was to prove for the governmental authorities that we need to invest more in our environment, in our atmosphere, rather than just into the program. Thank you for your attention. This is my LinkedIn here, and this is my email if someone wants to connect. And thank you so much for your attention.
Jay, questions?
Yeah, I just have one question. I just needed some definitions. So the environmental volatility is like how much the environment changes. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, volatility may mean entropy, but in our case, it was mainly unpredictability and harshness of the environment. Basically, that is the toxicity of an environment, like stress, how much stress we have, how much pressure we have.
Okay. All right, and also, so the incentive is like I forgot what it's called, but it's like the motivation. Is that correct?
Yes. So insensitive sensitivity index is basically sensitivity for the rewards, towards the rewards.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Leslie, for a wonderful presentation. So we will have our next presentation. Bhavya, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Bhavya will be presenting financial detriments for the demand for populism and strategies for mitigation of its appeal. Bhavya?
Yes. Can you see my screen? Yes. Okay.
Remember to post it in the chat.
Sorry?
Remember to post it in the chat to the presentation, if you can. If not, that's fine.
Okay, I'll do that later. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm here to present my paper that is going to be identifying the drivers that lead to increase in the rise of populism, and I propose interventions, particularly post-crisis interventions that will help to mitigate the demand arising from them. So what is the definition of populism? It is quite debated. So for the purpose of this paper, I will be using the strategy that defines populism as a political strategy that puts the pure people against the corrupt elite. So why have I made this paper? The fact is that populist regimes are economically damaging, right? We have noticed that populist regimes will cause a 10% lower GDP per capita when compared to a plausible non-populist counterpart. They also lead to significant democratic backsliding, as they are 4 times more likely to harm democratic institutions when compared to non-populist counterparts. And thirdly, they are rising in number across the globe. As you can see in this graph here, the number of populist regimes has risen dramatically in the past decade and a half. So why is this drive happening? There are predominantly two categories. First are the cultural causes of populism, and the second are the financial causes of populism. So the cultural causes are like the rejection of progressive values, the perception of immigrants as a threat to the culture of the nation, xenophobia, and history of the nation, right? The fourth point is something we have seen highly in the populist rhetoric of leaders like Viktor Orban of Hungary. Now, when you look at the financial causes, the most important thing is financial crisis, particularly systematic banking crisis. Here you look at the graph. There are three big jumps. First is in the 1930s, around the time of Great Depression. Next is in the time of 1990s when we have the Asian financial crisis, and the third is in the extended aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, right? As you can see, this is the biggest spike, right? We have seen populism in rise in Hungary, Poland, Argentina, many countries in Latin America also, even UK. So, what is the gap in the research? The scholars have very well debated and recognized the socio-economic determinants for demand of populism. However, they have neglected to find strategies to reduce the appeal of populism. So that is what I want to solve here with my paper. Right, my paper is looking at at economic popularization as a tool to reduce the demand of populism arising from financial factors. So how does economic popularization help to reduce the demand, help in this end, right? So we have found out Montagonelli is a very popular economist who in 2019 found that economically literate individuals to um, are more likely to prefer long-term gains over short-term relief. This is very critical because we have seen across history that populist regimes are going to prioritize short-term relief over long-term economic hardships, right? Like, for example, one of the most popular concepts that they have is central bank independence. They will hinder in its independence and try to reduce the interest rates so that there is short-term quantitative easing, but in the long term, it will have economic hardships because of hyperinflation and all these things. So that is why economic popularization can help in this respect. The second thing is economic popularization can reduce people's reliance on heuristics-driven cognitive shortcuts that populists love to exploit. Right? This is something we have seen that was done in Venezuela under around 2000s when they implemented the price controls. The third is that populist regimes are scientifically illiterate in their responses to complex economic problems. And like the examples I gave you of Venezuela, there were scientifically illiterate responses that disagree with economics. You look at immigration. Populist regimes across the world hate immigrants. They say that they are taking away our jobs, but that is not true. There's something in economics called a zero-sum fallacy. If we are an economically literate population, they would understand this and they would not vote for populist regimes. So now it's easy to say that we need to make our citizens economically literate. However, it's very difficult to be done because a poll in United Kingdom in 2017 by YouGov found that the people do not trust economists. In fact, economists ranked at the second lowest profession in trust, and they were just above politicians. So how can we solve this? Firstly, we need a mandatory subject of economic awareness at secondary and higher secondary levels, irrespective of the stream of the students. Now, what is economic awareness? It's different from your economic studies or economic applications. Because there you will be learning and rotting the definitions that are put of economics that are put for the Alfred Marshall. But here you're not doing that. You're learning to apply economics to your daily lives, and you're learning to dissect the kind of falsities and biases and misinformation that is spread by populists, like the zero-sum fallacy I talked about. The second thing is we need to create movies with popular producers that will show case studies of how populist regimes rose to power, promising short-term relief but long-term economic hardships, right? We can use examples of Latin America. About half a century ago, we saw a phenomenal rise of populism there, and absolutely economic ruins followed. Now, as I highlighted in the graph, that the most important determinant for the demand of populism is financial crisis. So we need specific strategies through which we can target to reduce the rise of populism when there is a financial crisis, like the 2008 financial crisis. At this stage, we have seen that populist misinformation is at an all-time high, like something we saw in Hungary. So it is important that universities, like big universities of economics, like the London School of Economics, collaborate with the government and trusted public figures to explain the causes and the implications of the crisis so that we can counter the misinformation. This is, of course, some of the many implementation strategies that I put forth in my research paper, but of course, I need to be only have 5 minutes. I will not be able to cover all of them. So with this note, I would like to end my presentation. I will now open up the floor to any questions that anybody may have.
Any questions, anyone? Yeah, Jay.
You said that the research question is how can we, I'm pretty sure it's how can we like make interventions or something like that. Is that correct?
Yes, how can we reduce the popularity of populism that is arriving from the financial determinants of populism?
Okay, so what were your findings? What was the answer to the research question, and how did you get to that conclusion?
So, like I highlighted, the main thing we're proposing is economic popularization. And in our presentation, I had highlighted three main points. They were basically the one of Montagnoli and Roderick and Eisenhower, and how they had not connected it to populism, but I have connected them to populism because the characteristics they were talking about are something that populist regimes are often going to undertake. Right, across history, we can make a generalization on this.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then. Thank you so much, Bhavya. We truly appreciate it. Will you be staying for the awards, Bhavya?
Oh no, actually, it's about midnight in my country, so I need to sleep.
Okay, because we would be so in case just want to let everyone know because yeah, it is late for many people. NYRJ and EJS both have publishing opportunities. NYRJ is offering expedited peer review for anyone who would like to publish with us. All you have to do is say in the additional comment section that you're a member of NYRJ, the part of the conference of NYRJ and EJS, and link your certificate. And I'm sure EJS has something like that too. So I just want to let everyone know in case you have to drop out. And our website is nyrj.org. I will post in the chat. Krishna, maybe you can post EJS's website too, so people can know.
Yeah, I can.
So while we have a collaboration, we just want to let everyone know NYRJ and EJS are not the same journal. We're different journals. And if there are any questions for the NYRJ journal, anyone can ask now or email the I sent it in the chat. Thank you so much, Bhavya. Okay, so our next paper is Mohammed Abdur Rahman here. Mohammed Abdur Rahman. Okay. Is Kwame Osai here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Kwame Osai Sr. will be presenting Blurred Lines, the neuroscience of myopia, the cost of late diagnosis, and the public health crisis of vision inequality.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. One second, please. It's kind of like a new Mac laptop, and I'm not really used to the Mac system. So can I just present without sharing my screen? Hello.
I mean,
yeah, you can present without it. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Kwame Osei Senior. I am I recently graduated like high school, and then I'm actually moving forward to attending community college and majoring in science. So my research paper is mainly about myopia. I suffered from myopia for 6 years without knowing, because where I am from, which is Ghana, I was actually there wasn't kind of like a health center near where I was. And I was really coming like from a poor background, so I had to like stay with myopia for some time before I got my uncle's phone. When I got his phone, I I just searched for it, and I got to know that it was myopia. So that is really what my paper is really about. So for my first 6 years of my life with myopia, I did not know I had it. I adapted like the way children do, quietly, completely, without like complaint, because I had no reference point for like anything different. What the science shows what's happening inside my eye and my brain during those 6 years is what this paper is actually about. So moving on, I have a chart on my screen here, and on the chart I actually got a prevalence trend on global myopia from the 2000s to a projected value on year 2050. Most people think
Um, did she leave?
He got kicked out or something.
Oh
Or
no. Wait, can
just wait a few minutes or email him. So
let me message in the Teams.
Wait, if he comes back, can you ask him to send the presentation in the chat?
Mm, let me try emailing him. Or Kayon, do you think you could email him? Kwame?
yeah.
Please do that. Wait, if someone leaves the meeting or gets kicked out, do they like?
I got kicked out like a while ago. Like it sometimes takes you to that room, or they just have Wi-Fi problems. I think it might be because of the timing issue.
Oh. So weird. Let's.
Let's probably wait like 5 more minutes. If not, if he doesn't come back, we might. You can't spend the entire time. Yeah, you still have to do it.
Yeah. Kayon, can you email him? Kayon?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to him. We'll tell him to stay where he left off. Is Ashwita here? Ashwita? No. Is Musab Ibrahim Muhammad Ahmad Ibrahim here? Ashwita or Musab, anyone? No? Okay, Jannato, are you here?
I think so.
Wait, Jannato?
Sorry. Let me quickly charge my laptop first. Just I'm plugging the plug in.
Okay, Jannato will be presenting her paper, Social Media, FinTech Impact, and the Integration on American Teens ages 13 to 17.
Wait, do you guys hear me?
Oh my God.
Sorry. I put the wrong plug in, but there it is. Yeah, so... Okay, I have to share my screen. How do I do this?
And if you can paste on the chat.
The window. Can you guys see my screen? Oops, not that. Can you guys see my screen? Hello?
No, we cannot.
Not yet.
Jesus. Okay,
now we
here.
can.
Wait, I'm on. Now? Okay. So how do you put that? Okay, so hello everyone. Wait. How do you put that? Jesus. Where is it? Alright, whatever. Oh, that's how. Okay, hello everyone. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hello. My name is Jonathan Jamie. I just graduated a few weeks ago from Thomas A. Edison CTE High School here in New York City, and I'm an incoming college freshman at Baruch College, a popular finance college, CUNY college here in New York City. I'm hoping to study finance and computer science with specific career projection to financial engineering, working with financial data and apps, combining fintech. So my research paper, Social Media and Fintech Impact and Integration on American Teens ages 13 to 17. I made this presentation and research paper for my AP research class, a college class for high schoolers, and I got a 3 on the final part for the presentation and the final research paper together. Those are the only 2 parts counted. And a 3 is passing. So let's present. Generation Z grew up in an age where technology is not merely a tool, but is a part and parcel of one's daily life, according to Dr. B. Gurmudra. Gen Z are digital natives based on immense research done by numerous publications. What are digital natives? Digital natives are people who grew up with the internet, who've been using it from a very young age, who have strong, adept knowledge and adaptation to it compared to other older generations such as boomers or something else. Millennials grew up with it around their teen era, while Gen Z, many were even born into the highest, when the digital age was starting to take over the world. 95% of American teens own a smartphone. 95% say that they are on the internet every day. 2/3 of those teens use social media every day, according to Pew Research Center and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So most American teenagers use a cell phone every day, and 2/3 are on social media, which is a strong number who are able to be easily influenced by whatever trends or whatever is most popular on social media. A study from the NASDAQ in 2019 showed individuals are regularly impacted by the content they receive online, and that their financial decisions and actions tend to be directly connected to it. Since Gen Z spends so much time on social media, they are more likely to be influenced by how much they are more how much more that they consume and more exposed to it, especially with how the internet is pushed down our throats every day from work, school, etc. The growth of social media has created a faster and more effective means of disseminating data and information to impact individual decisions. Dr. David Spoon from Lynn University says that 65% of Gen Z say that they seek influencer advice. What are influencers, you may ask? Influencers is the combination of the words financial influencer or influencers who mainly promote financial content, whether it be financial education, content related to financial services, money trends, etc., etc. This is a very broad term, but for this study, we're mainly focusing on people who talk about investment and trading trends specifically. 40% of those share that they express caution when interacting with influencers. This is mainly towards Gen Z, 40% of Gen Z, who have often been taught the dangers of social media, especially with trends that may deal with money or that may deal with payments, money, or etc. Any type of advice from health, etc. The CFA Institute from 2023 survey, over 1,000 Gen Z Americans, over 56% invest, 25% started before they were 18. This survey specifically conducted, asked Gen Z, people who are Gen Z, who are over the age of 18, who are already adults. And since 25% started, over a quarter started before they were 18, imagine that number in 2026 with 3 years later, but with AI tools that are more used by the mass, and social media is more popular, especially with 95% of teenagers using some sort of social media. Influencers' popularity emerged during the COVID-19 pandemic, when social media was the main form of communication through video creation the whole world, when TikTok really became such a powerhouse, when people started sharing different ideas and different thoughts and opinions. The Bloomberg News stated that during this time, fintech app downloads rose 20% and the usage rates rose 90% in 2021, which is a strong sign of how much finance really took a strong, people interested in personal finance took a strong interest in young Americans, but also in the worldwide general. But imagine that with teenagers, when we've mentioned so many times before how much they are influenced by social media and how much they consume it. Today, in this studies that in my methodology, which I'll tell you later, we're going to focus on these specific biases, cognitive biases, that will impact how teenagers may see or be influenced by certain mindsets. The narrative bias, which is people who tend to make financial decisions on the basis of the story that is told to them. Overconfidence bias, something is presented to be too simple or too easy to do, not disclosing the risks. And herd bias, where people tend to join a growing trend due to fear of missing out, or when peers around them or on the internet seem to all be joining in one something, even if they tend to not understand it themselves. This is based on Aryan Kyle's survey, survey analysis, where he used cognitive biases to analyze different financial trends among Indian teenagers in 2022, I believe. This is a lit review. The herd mentality. American teens ages 12 to 13 are most likely to have FOMO regarding popular purchases, from peer pressures to flashy advertisements. Individuals may also be more likely to online trade based on speculation on trends and discussions among peers, even without a proper understanding of the financial products. So since trading can be very difficult or very emotionally appealing, even when the teenagers themselves don't understand it, because it is so popular, when so many of their fellow teens are promoting it online or just showing how they use it, that can influence other teens to start using it or start looking into it, even when they don't understand themselves, or even starting without a proper understanding of the risks involved. The gap. So the reason I wanted to focus on American teenagers, specifically ages 13 to 17, is because I looked at, when thinking of my topic, I looked at many research papers, but many of them, while they're focused on fintech and gamification aspects, they're all in Asia, Indonesia, China, MENA region, all over the world, but not many in the U.S. specifically, and they don't really account how social media is both used by American teenagers, but also is the primary influencing factor in their decisions to use fintech, which also affects their brain. Additionally, many of the American studies that we do have, they're focused on teenagers who are already adults. So my research question is, to what extent has social media influenced American teens aged 13 to 17 interest in finance and fintech applications? And how does fintech potentially impact teens' financial behaviors and habits? This may be a mouthful, but it's basically how social media both influences teens to use investing and trading apps, and how teenagers themselves use social media to learn more knowledge or to use it to their advantage when they're creating their first investing and trading journeys, and how fintech is the final tool for them to be able to make it happen. Hypothesis. My hypothesis is that most teenagers will be lured to invest in trade due to FOMO or the narrative used against them to make these concepts more appealing. Most videos will possibly not disclose risk or withhold losses associated with trading and investing to make investing and trading more appealing, especially towards influencers who creates profit from the videos that gain more traction, and they may believe that not disclosing the risk can make their videos more appealing and more popular. Most fintech apps that I will study will have a strong amount of gamification features to keep users addicted and motivated with their products. Many influencers also recommend or show fintech products many times to gain traction. Okay, so I feel like I'm wasting time, so this is my methodology. A Reddit study of 20 plus posts by American teenagers specifically, around 40 TikTok. I analyzed 40 TikTok videos that are about investing and trading, but they have to be targeted towards American teenagers. An analysis of 8 popular fintech apps based on the previous 2 studies. So I'm doing 8 apps in total. I didn't mention it here, but these apps are based on like how much they're mentioned from the TikTok videos that I saw and basically the comments of the Reddit posts that I analyzed. I analyzed the comments themselves, not what question they actually write, but I do analyze the question. It's mainly the advice given in the Reddit posts. These are my real thoughts. So I use the Pearson chi-square method for the TikTok results. The value was 16.03 and the p-value was 0.59, meaning there's no statistical relationship between video format and cognitive bias. But although the sample was very small, so that was a strong limitation. In the future, I hope to do over 100. Another person may do over 100 videos. These were the statistics. The most interesting ones were how 72.5% of videos had no risk disclosure at all. 47.5 were created by teenagers, while 52 were created by adults. 37.5% had herd bias, meaning that teenagers feel like they believed that teenagers were appealed by other teenagers showcasing how they're investing, trading, or just talking about those specific contents online through TikTok specifically. These are the app results. 12.5 had leadership boards, meaning only one of the 8 apps, but 87.55% of the apps didn't have a leadership board feature at all, meaning like 7 out of them didn't have a leadership board. 75% of apps had a point system. 62.5% of the apps were required to be older than 18 to register. However, many of the apps did have custodial features. All of them had custodial features. So that is why a lot of these apps were very much recommended or very popular among teenagers. The Reddit results. 86% of commenters had peer influence language, with 65.2% of posts were asking for beginner investment advice. I chose the Reddit post because they have to be by American teenagers. I could tell by when they mention their age and if they're using the American $sign symbol. So most of the posts were from absolute beginners or teenagers with beginner needs from questions that they were asking other teenagers and older ones. Yeah. So basically, I forgot to make my conclusion slide, my discussion slide. These results are incredibly important because not only do the social media have such an impact on teenagers' lives, but also because of how much a lot of people don't regulate financial content, especially that are targeted towards teenagers, and how much it needs, especially with how there's actually another study that I really put a lot in my official research paper, which is on how a lot of teenagers may be fake their parents' information to create custodial accounts. Oh, sorry. Which makes them lose thousands of dollars through betting and stuff. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, a wonderful presentation, Jonathan. So Kwame, we cut you off. Do you think you could start from where you were last?
Yes, please, I can start. Thank you.
Okay, again, we apologize about that.
Oh, no problem. I'm okay. Okay, so I think I figured out how to share my slides, so let me try and see. Please, can you see my slides?
Yes, you can see your slides.
Okay, thank you. I'm just on a slide share. Okay, perfect. So my name is Kwame, and I'm actually presenting my presentation, which is like my research paper, and it was actually based on myopia, because I actually suffered like for 6 years for not knowing. So, and then I had like a lot of people in Ghana, a lot of people in the United States. I came here for like 10 months, and people talking to me about how the phases that they actually went through as they were having myopia, and I just thought of writing a research paper on that, about the myopia. So the topic was the neuroscience of myopia, blurred lines, the neuroscience of myopia, the cost of late diagnosis, and the public health crisis of vision equity. For 6 years of my life, I did not know I had it. I adapted the way like children do, quietly, completely without complaint, because I had no reference point for anything different. What the science shows was happening inside my eye and my brain during those 6 years is what the paper is actually about. So moving on to the second slide. As you can see here, we have like a chart that I actually deduced these charts from two sources, which is the three sources, which is from Liang et al. 2024, Ophthalmology Times 2025, and PMC 2022. It was actually given as a global myopia prevalence historical trend from the 2000s to projected 2050. Now, most people think of myopia as needing glasses. What the science shows right now is something considerably more complex. Now, pointing to the chart, starting from the year 2000, we can see that we have like 22.9% of the global population that were actually suffering from myopia. Now, we are now already at 35.8% among children today, and it's actually projected to reach 50%, nearly 5 billion people, by 2050. This orange bar isn't a forecast to debate. It is a trajectory already in motion, but the epidemic framing undersells the biology. At its core, myopia is like the elongation of the eyeball. It is irreversible. Corrective lenses, when someone gets myopia, we actually think that the person has to like go for contact lenses. If not contact glasses, it's gonna be having like these prescribed glasses to like wear. Those lenses address the optical consequence. It do not stop or reverse the structural change. In untreated children under the ages of 10, the eyeball elongates from 0.30 millimeters to 0.50 millimeters per year, which is like 2 to 5 times the normal rate. And the retina is the central nervous system tissue. When retinal input is chronically degraded, those changes propagate upward through the entire visual hierarchy, including documented gray matter reductions in the hippocampus, where things are actually stored, the frontal cortex, and the cerebellum. This is not a blurry eye. It is a neutral system working with the wrong inputs. Moving on to my third slide. Now, this is a slide that I actually had a critical period timeline from ages 0 to 18, and we have a highlight from ages 0 to approximately 9 years old. That is not a critical period. And then what we can see on 3 cards here. The first one is an evidence from the Nobel level, which is from Hubel and Wiesel. They won the Nobel Prize in 1981. We have the dopamine loop and the permanent reorganization. What makes the timing of diagnosis so critical is the concept of a critical period, a time-limited developmental window during which the quality of sensory input permanently shapes how neurocircuits are organized. Looking at the timeline, for primary visual development, that window spans roughly birth to age 9. Hubel and Wiesel's Nobel Prize work shows us that depriving one eye of normal inputs during this window permanently reduced cortical territory responsive to that eye. Even after vision was restored, the damage here was not in the eye, it was in the cortex. Correcting the optics after the window closed did not reopen it. There's a second dimension. Uncorrected myopia doesn't just persist. It actively accelerates through a dopaminergic feedback loop. Defocused retinal input suppresses retinal dopamine, which is the natural brake on axial elongation, which allows the eye to grow faster, which actually worsens defocus, which further suppresses dopamine. Each year of delay deepens this cycle. 6 years undetected can push a child from mild to high myopia, where the risk of retinal detachment, macular degeneration, and glaucoma begin to compound. And the cortex learns blurred input as its new baseline. Research on cortical plasticity shows those adaptations don't simply disappear when classes are finally applied. Moving on to my fourth slide, which is, I have like a column chart that has non-Hispanic white, non-Hispanic black, and Hispanic children, which is the U.S. vision screening rate by demographic group. Now, when we have a look on this chart, we can see that non-Hispanic white and non-Hispanic black actually have the same percentage, which is 80.7%. And Hispanic children actually have 69.8%. This is from a source from JAMA in 2017. Now, what the biology of the critical period does not discriminate. The healthcare system in its current form effectively does. Because looking at the chart, even with the United States of America, there is a 10.9 percentage point gap in vision screening between Hispanic and non-Hispanic children. In Ghana, where I grew up, 16.4% of children ages 5 to 11 have myopia, and the rates have doubled since 2010. Across sub-Saharan Africa broadly, 80 to 100% of refractive errors go entirely uncorrected. The Snelline's chart, the most widely used screening tool in American schools, measures 75.5% of non-myopia vision problems when used as a sole instrument. Pointing to the card over here, I have a quote here that says, "For the first 6 years of my life with myopia, I did not know I had it." That quote is actually not from a paper. For 6 years, I adapted quietly and completely. I didn't know the board was supposed to be sharp from my seat. I didn't know faces across a room were supposed to have expressions that I could actually read or actually have a look at that expressions without squinting. It took a borrowed phone from my uncle and a search engine to give what I was experiencing a name. My story is not remarkable. It is the statistically predictable outcome of being a child without access to routine vision care. The window is open, but not forever. I have 5 cards over here where each card actually shows kind of like an intervention, an evidence-based intervention. Evidence-based interventions exist. The barrier is political will, not scientific knowledge. Every card on this slide represents an intervention that has been tested, piloted, or proven. School-based screening with free glasses, which is the Baltimore RCT, produced academic gains concentrated in the most disadvantaged students. Low-dose atropine, at 0.05%, the LAMP study showed 30 to 60% reduction in progression. AI diagnostic tools are achieving specialist-level accuracy in pilots in low research settings, including parts of Africa, in which I can actually testify that Ghana is part of it. 2 hours outdoor per day reduces myopia onset risk by 30 to 50% at zero pharmacological cost through the dopamine mechanism we discussed earlier on. And Medicaid formally covers pediatric vision. The coverage on paper means nothing when there are no accepting providers within driving distances. Friends, fellows, judges, and all who have gathered here, this question is not whether the science justifies action, because it already does. Looking at the chart and looking at the evidence that we're actually providing right here. But this question is whether we will act before the critical period closes or after. For children sitting in classrooms today, in Ghana, in the United States of America, in rural Appalachia, in every community, the healthcare system has not decided it's worth reaching. That window does not wait. This ends my presentation, and I am open and welcome to all questions. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? Wonderful presentation, Kwame. Oh, Jade has one.
I'm just wondering, I might have missed it, but what was your research question? Like, what were you researching and what were you trying to answer?
Okay, so I was trying to actually prove that myopia is actually not something that we should actually because when someone gets myopia, it is just getting some glasses for the person and then actually waiting for that glasses to create that error off from the eye. I was trying to say that myopia is actually kind of like a brain event that happens. And myopia is actually killing a lot of children and killing a lot of people. So that was like the answer. That was like what I was trying to prove.
You said it was killing a lot of children. I'm sorry, did I hear you correctly?
Oh yeah, that was what I was saying.
Okay, so I don't think you really showed evidence for that though, so.
Oh, okay. I don't know, but looking at the third slide, looking at how the vision screening rates between the Hispanic children and non-Hispanic children having like a gap of 10.9%, and then having a look at how myopia is actually progressing with the projection rate in 2050 moving to 50%, which is actually approximately 5 billion people actually going to experience that the myopia. I believe that with this evidence that we are seeing right now, because myopia is actually growing in a lot of countries. And having a look at children critical period from ages 0 to age 9, where there are kind of evidences that actually shows that the myopia is actually not something that happens on the eye, which is like on the eye, the pupil only, that is actually affecting the cortex and actually affecting the human brain as well. I believe that, okay, to me, this is the evidence that I got. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kwame. Okay, everyone, I think that concludes all of our presentations. I would like to thank everyone again for being here. And firstly, before we get straight to our awards, I would truly enjoy if everyone could give me 1 second, please. So, I'm just having a little bit of technical difficulties. Okay, so yes, that will be the last of our presentations. I would like to thank everybody for being here again, taking your time to participate in this conference. Now, NYRJ and EGS would like to present some short presentations about both journals before we head straight to our awards. EJS?
Akanksha.
Yes, just a second. I'm just sharing screen. I hope everyone can see the screen. Hello? Is my screen visible? Can you just confirm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is just a short sort of checklist for submission to EJS. First of all, so here's a checklist mainly. This is all the font size and the format in which you're expected to submit to EJS. These are the specifications. Again, I will be sharing this PowerPoint or like PDF with everyone, so you can just refer to this while submitting. This will be the process for the editorial. Sorry, I'm just skimming through this. I know everybody's tired. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask or email us. We can either set up a short call or reply to you over email. Right. So this is the editorial process. First, within a week of the submission, we will decide if your paper is a good fit for our journal. We check for originality and if the research project is complete or not. Then we give you the decision whether it is accepted, declined, or maybe deferred to another future issue of the EJS, depending on the theme or topic, if we have one. And then proceeding this, we have a peer review and we send it back to you for revisions. Obviously, you can choose to either take feedback or not. That will be up to you, but we will suggest revisions and we will expect you to stick to them for a smooth process. And within that 1 to 2 weeks, we will have it published, or if not in the next issue, whenever that occurs, if it is longer than 2 weeks. And basically, this is a rubric. We will need an original contribution. AI-generated work will not be tolerated, of course, in a research space. Purpose and methodology is quite important as well, because we hold a lot of value to process and passion, and clarity, of course, because the expected level of understanding would be that of someone who is not an expert in the field in which you have conducted the research. And of course, we would need proper citations. The format will be AMA. Sorry, APAs. My bad. APA. And you can basically just send the papers or any inquiries to any of these 2 emails. You can CC one and email it to one, or just email one of us. And yeah, any questions? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, you are.
Do you have any questions? I'll be wrapping it up. Not.
Okay, everyone, now I will be doing the NYRJ presentation. In the chat, I have sent our poster. If you would like, after this conference, people interested in learning more about our publishing process may attend a short session in which my co-founder, Kayon Merchant, will be talking more in detail about NYRJ and our journal. So, first off, we publish monthly. We accept submissions all over the world from students of all ages. 2, we take any topic, any discipline, and we have peer review process. We consist of an advisory board of real-life professors and doctors and researchers who help guide us through different processes of how we grow our journal. Our journal is registered with an ISSN according to the U.S. government, registering it as an official journal. We have Dewey Index, and we have an ORCID membership, meaning we can change ORCID status, add papers in ORCID through publishing with us. We're having something special for students from the conference who publish in NYRJ. If you've tried to publish in NYRJ, we will give you an expedited peer review process. Instead of a 1-week process, we will do up to 3 days for first decision. And we ask that all students who want to publish with us keep their work novel and original to make sure that our journal remains its integrity. However, like we said, we may take almost every submission because NYRJ's goal is all about experience and teaching others, because we know many of you are first-time publishers. So we welcome everyone and have multiple guidance. For instance, we're announcing a new webinar series from NYRJ in which we will teach people the steps of research and have guest speakers from universities, real-life researchers talk about their experience and obstacles. I'm now sending a link in the chat for people to register for this conference as a teacher or as somebody listening. It will only stay open, this webinar, for 1 more day. So we highly request that you do it now and apply if you want to be as a teacher or a student attending. It is highly recommended by us for everyone to learn better, as there's always something we can learn from real-life professionals. Does anyone have any questions which I may be able to assist in? No? Okay. If not, I would like to announce one more thing. As a nonprofit, we have 0 APC application charge. We do not charge any money for an application, publishing, the Dewey, the ORCID, or anything. However, it does cost us. Currently, we run on donations. We would like to shout out our sponsor, Kumon. They help sponsor us. However, it was a very micro sponsorship. So we ask anyone, even to help support us by a little bit. Every dollar counts. Every piece of money, every coin counts. Because we need to ensure that we stay free and accessible to all students. If you have any suggestions for further events or such, please let us know. And if you go to the QR code on the poster I have sent in the Teams group chat, you can scan that and donate to us. Thank you so much for all your support. And without further ado, I would like to get to our awards. I would like to thank our judges, Kayon. Yes, Krishna?
Okay. Can I take a minute?
Mm-hmm.
In addition, like we are giving the different device visual object identifier to the student who will be submitting in our journal, and also our the publication fees is 0, and you guys will also be getting the certificate of publication after the publishing of your paper, which has signed from me, Akanksha, who is our editor-in-chief, and one of our advisors, which includes Stanford professor, science scientist, and IBM principal technician.
Okay, so without further ado, let us all get to the awards which we have been long waiting. Although many of us are not here, the awards will be emailed out to the award winners, and all students here, all attendees, will be sent a participation award. So before I start, does anyone have any questions for the EJS Publishing or NYRJ? Okay, if not, I'll be posting a link to our website right now in case anyone would like to publish with us. And if everyone could please fill in that webinar form, we would truly appreciate it. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to thank all our judges, Kayon Merchant, Jay, Akanksha, Uppsala, and Aryan, for spending so much time and working so hard to get all the awards ready. I will hand it over to now Kayon Merchant and Akanksha. And we have Prahul. I would like to say all our awards now. The first award will be presented by Prahul and Aryan.
Aryan, if you can start with the awards.
So the Innovation Award goes to...
It goes to Manjeet Sankara for its research and innovativeness on using AI to help screen colon cancer. Good job, Manjeet.
Thank you, bro.
The next award will be presented by Jay and Uppsala.
The winner of the Best Presentation Award is Laziza for her outstanding analysis and presentation, but we have honorable mention, and his name is, I'm not sure if I'm going to say this correctly, but Kwame Ose. So, I don't think either of them are there, but good job,
No,
guys.
Kwame's here.
Yeah.
Kwame's here.
Was he? Okay.
That's the pronunciation, Kwame. Yeah.
Kwame? Alright. Good job. That was an excellent
So,
presentation.
And our last award will be presented by Aryan and Akanksha. Wait, I'm so sorry. I mixed up. It's Kayon and Akanksha.
So the next award is the Outstanding Young Researcher Award, presented to Smayan Reddy for his presentation of seed region-focused validation of Syndbis virus-specific siRNA, insight into off-target minimization and host-specific RNA constraints. So this award is basically for a researcher that has truly done outstanding work and impactful work, so congratulations, Smayan.
We congratulate all our award winners sincerely, and we again thank everyone for being here. While everyone may not have won an award, every person's research is helpful. As a research community, we all know research is something we all build on. We can't, with one research paper, cure cancer, but together as a collaborative force, we can do anything we put our minds to and anything we all work hard to. Now, I would like to ask everyone if you could sincerely post about this conference on LinkedIn. It would truly help us grow our participation and help all NYRJ, EJS, and Team Neuron greatly. If you could tag NYRJ, EJS, and Team Neuron, it will truly help us grow our outreach and have a better conference next time. We hope to see you all in our next conference, and we thank you again for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you guys may leave now.
Were you guys not going to do the presentation after, Krishna?
Yeah.
Didn't they already do the presentation when Akansha did it?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess we're finished.
Alright, bye.
Alright, bye.
Right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you so much, guys.